Chapter 392. Master's brute force is really amazing. You can even break the barrier like this. Obsidian said with a surprised expression. Damn, is there any other way to break the barrier if not like this? Just now you said to use the power of the king stage to break the barrier. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. Alchemists pay attention to the power of controlling fire. In fact, Master can use the power of fire to strike with all his strength. I believe it is enough to break the barrier, Obsidian said. Ling Xiao was completely speechless when he heard this. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiao cursed. Obsidian showed an aggrieved expression and said, I thought Master understood. Ling Xiao was completely defeated and staggered toward the second floor. When he was about to step into the barrier, he stopped and asked Obsidian, Is there any other explanation? Tell me in detail, I have to beat around the bush again. There should be no more, Obsidian replied. Are you sure? Yes. Ling Xiao then stepped into the second floor with relief. As soon as he entered the second floor, Ling Xiao was attracted by a large area of spirit flowers, rare herbs and rare fruits. Bursts of fragrance came to his nose, and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth lingered, making people feel refreshed. Ling Xiao quickly rushed in and looked at one of the stone-shaped herbs. This is a mid-tier rank 5 earth stone orchid. Then he looked at another short herb next to it that was as thin as a golden needle, emitting light, and murmured, This is a high-tier rank 5 gold thread. This is a mid-tier rank 5 conch algae. This is a 5 change flower, a high-tier rank 5 spirit flower. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit herbs here while muttering the names of these spirit herbs and spirit flowers. His eyes emitted bursts of colorful light, and then his gaze fell on a tree with 5 gourd-like crystal fruits. 5 colored gourd holy fruit. There is even this? Ling Xiao exclaimed. He had risked his life in the den of beasts to obtain a few of them, but there was a mature holy calabash tree here that had already borne 5 of them. How could he not be surprised? Countless spirit beasts and powerful beings had perished for the sake of this holy fruit. It's already ripe. If I don't pick it now, it'll fall off. I can't waste it. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and was about to pick the spirit fruit. However, when he came into contact with the spiritual fruits, he could not pluck them. Why is it so hard to pick? That's strange. Ling Xiao mumbled and increased his strength. However, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not take them off. Ling Xiao's face darkened. Obsidian, what is going on? Obsidian appeared and asked, Master, what's the matter? Why didn't you pick them? Ling Xiao pointed at the 5-colored gourd holy fruit and asked. Obsidian responded, Master, you don't know that the spirit grass here can only be exchanged but not picked. What does that mean? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. You don't even understand such a simple principle? Obsidian said with slight disdain. Stop talking nonsense and tell me. Ling Xiao's face became more and more unsightly. It means that Master must take out the corresponding level of spirit grass in order to exchange for the spirit grass of the same level here. This is the rule set by the first Master. He said that he can't let the descendants develop the character of reaping without sowing. Obsidian replied. What kind of bullsh*t rule is this? Ling Xiao said in a frenzy. Master, are you the kind of person who wants to reap without sowing as the first Master said? Obsidian asked doubtfully. Get the hell out of my way. I'm not that kind of person. I just feel that these holy fruits are ripe, and if I don't pick them, they'll be ruined. That's such a waste. I've always been frugal, and I've always been against waste. I've always cherished the crystallization of flowers and trees. Ling Xiao angrily pounded his chest. Looking at how righteous and indignant he was now, Obsidian was moved by his expression. And he sighed for no reason. I thought Master is the kind of person who wants to reap without sowing like the previous Masters. It seems that Obsidian is wrong. Master, you are as great as the first Master. If that's the case, shouldn't you let me pluck the holy fruit? Ling Xiaohu said with a cunning look in his eyes. Didn't I say that the spirit grass here can only be exchanged but not picked? It has been growing here for more than 10,000 years, and it hasn't been destroyed. The land here is a 6th grade soil, and the aura is also 6th grade. Master can rest assured that as long as you have the same level of spirit grass planted, you can exchange for any spirit grass of the same or lower level, Obsidian responded. After listening to this, Ling Xiao was completely speechless. He could only guard the mountain but couldn't eat it. This kind of pain was really unbearable for ordinary people. Ling Xiao's face was downcast as he walked in another direction. Sure enough, this space was full of rank 5 to 6 spirit grass, among which there were many superb spirit grass that Ling Xiao coveted. Unfortunately, he could only sigh with hope. I don't want to look anymore. I don't want to look anymore. I'm going to have a heart attack from anger. Ling Xiao shook his head and walked out of the second floor. Master, you came out so soon? Obsidian asked. What else can I do if I don't come out? Is there anything to eat in there? Ling Xiao was extremely displeased. The more he looked at Obsidian, the more he disliked him. This guy was really asking for a beating. Master, if you want to use rank 5 spirit grass, it's easy. As long as you plant those low-level spirit grass inside, they can also grow into high-level spirit grass within a few years. By then Master can use them, Obsidian suggested. That works too. Ling Xiao responded and asked after a pause, Don't tell me I have to replace it with the spirit grass of the same rank? That's not necessary. Because Master planted it, you can use 1 stalk if you plant 2 stalks, 2 stalks if you plant 4 stalks, and so on. Master can also use half of the spirit grass you planted, Obsidian responded. Damn, I lost half of it directly. This is too unfair, but it's barely acceptable. Ling Xiao scolded in a low voice. According to Obsidian, this method was still feasible. After all, the second floor provided high-grade soil and rich aura, which could indeed effectively promote the growth of spirit grass. Some spirit grass with room for growth could evolve inside. When I have time, I will plant a lot of low-level spirit grass here. Won't I not have to worry about finding spirit grass in the future? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's mood was much better. There were many high-level spirit grass on the second floor. Although he couldn't use them, if he encountered an urgent need in the future, he just needed to find the spirit grass of the same rank to exchange. Ling Xiao had to admire the wonderful design of this function. As long as the obsidian cauldron existed for a day, these spirit grass would not disappear. If future generations needed spirit grass, they would also have it here as long as they provided the corresponding spirit grass in exchange. By repeating this, no matter how many years had passed, the spirit grass in this cauldron would not dry up. In addition, he could plant spirit grass here, so it would only increase and not decrease. Ling Xiao also had to admire the vision of the first master. It was really not something that ordinary people could see so thoroughly and deeply. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had a lot of collection now. There were not many rank 5 spirit grass, but there were not a few either. He decided to exchange all the spirit grass that he didn't need and had little value. He basically didn't have many rank 6 spirit grass in his hands, so of course, there was no way to exchange. He could only look and sigh for the time being. After Ling Xiao left the cauldron, Obsidian said again, Master, don't put me in those low-level utensils in the future. It makes me very uncomfortable. Low-level utensils? Ling Xiao was stunned. It's the gadget you wear on your finger, Obsidian said. Ling Xiao looked at his finger and knew that Obsidian was talking about the space ring. If I don't put you here, am I supposed to carry you all over the mountain? Ling Xiao said angrily. Actually, it's fine if you want me to become like it. Besides, my storage space is many times larger than it. I should be the one to store it, Obsidian said with some resentment. Ling Xiao's face twitched. Since you can become like it, why didn't you do it earlier? He really had nowhere to vent his anger at this damned cauldron soul tonight. That's because you didn't ask, Master. Obsidian felt wronged. Stop talking nonsense, quickly become like it for me. Ling Xiao shouted. I can't do it myself, Obsidian said. Then what did you just say? Ling Xiao shouted at Obsidian. If Obsidian was really a human, he would have been shocked to death by Ling Xiao's roar. This requires Master's cooperation. I can only change if you imagine me to look like it, Obsidian said with grievance. Ling Xiao was too lazy to say anything more. He imagined the obsidian cauldron to look like a space ring. Sure enough, the obsidian cauldron could really change. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Then he imagined the obsidian cauldron to look like a giant sword. Unfortunately, the obsidian cauldron did not move for a long time. Hey, why aren't you changing? Ling Xiao shouted unhappily. Of course I can't change. I can only change into two shapes. One is the original cauldron shape, and the other is this ring shape. Obsidian spread his hands. My God. I thought you were 100 transformations artifact, but it turns out you're just like that. Ling Xiao was very angry and pointed his middle finger at Obsidian. After going around in circles, he realized he really had no use for this cauldron's soul. Fortunately, he didn't need to wear a space ring in the future. He could just carry the obsidian cauldron with him. He could refine pills, store things, and use it as a mysterious weapon when necessary. Ling Xiao transformed the obsidian cauldron into the shape of a cauldron. He planned to refine pills again. Just now he was refining the king pill for Xianyao. Now he was refining the soul-nourishing pill and the vitality pill for himself and the demon emperor. The soul-mending pill was a pill refined with the 5th order spirit grass soul grass from Zhao Shuren's space ring as the main ingredient. The vitality pill was refined with the soul-nourishing grass he had obtained from the Dong family's auction. Both of these pills could greatly repair and strengthen one's knowledge, sea and soul. They were 5th grade pills. Even though it was just an ordinary 5th grade medicinal pill, Ling Xiao had never refined such a high-grade medicinal pill before, so he was still quite cautious. Fortunately, he had obtained many light attribute spirit herbs and 5th grade beast cores from Xianyao. Many of these spirit herbs and beast cores could be used to help refine these two pills. Light and water attribute spirit herbs had extremely strong healing effects, even when it came to repairing one's soul. With everything ready, Ling Xiao once again threw himself into the arduous process of refining pills. Chapter 393. The night was filled with sparse stars, and the beautiful moon shrunk. At the peak of a towering mountain range, two figures stood tall and straight like ghosts in the night. Big brother Nangong, why are you traveling with a few juniors? Could it be that this is your mission? The two tall and majestic figures were Tai Zhenyong and Nangong Lai, and the one who spoke was Tai Zhenyong. Nangong Lai replied, I won't accept such a boring escort mission. I'm just a little interested in one of the juniors. Oh, which young man riding on a flood dragon? Tai Zhenyong was slightly surprised. Nangong Lai nodded and said, That's right, to use a high-rank 6 spirit beast as a mount. This is not an ordinary person. I don't believe that he subdued it under the Dragon Wave River. He doesn't have that ability. So what? In the end, he's just a young man. Do you want to take him into the raging flame and nurture him? Tai Zhenyong was puzzled. I want to, but he can even reject that old man Guba. I don't think I have the qualifications to take him under my banner. Nangong Lai replied, then continued. I'm just curious why he wants to go to Gu City. After all, the Gu clan has disappeared for 10,000 years, and Gu City has also become a forbidden area. I don't think he's going to Gu City just to die out of curiosity. That young man actually wants to go to Gu City? He's really going to die. Tai Zhenyong said with an exaggerated expression. Although Gu City had been in decline for many years, and had become a ruined city, it was unknown how many people wanted to occupy it and establish a king. After all, it was once the #1 city in the southern wasteland, and it had a glory that could not be compared to later generations. However, it was now difficult for anyone to take even half a step into Gu City, or else they would only be able to enter and not leave. There was once a powerful rogue Earth Emperor, who did not believe in this evil, and charged into Gu City alone. In less than 3 days, his companions saw that his jade tube of life had already become dim, and they knew that the rogue Earth Emperor had already died in Gu City. At this point, no one dared to take even half a step closer to Gu City. The mystery of Gu City's forbidden area had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one could figure out what was going on. All kinds of rumors were flying around. That's exactly what I don't understand. It's a dead end, so why would he go to die? Nangong Lai sighed softly and then guessed. Originally, I suspected that he was a descendant of the venomous insect clan, but from his words and actions, it's impossible. The venomous insect clan has always raised venomous insects as beasts, so how could they have other mounts? So I guess he might have already known some way to survive in Gu City, so he came to investigate. I think this is more likely. Even so what? Could it be that Big Brother Nangong wants to enter the city with them? That's right. No one has been able to solve this mystery for 10,000 years. I, Nangong Lai, want to go in and give it a try. Nangong Lai's eyes were filled with determination. Big Brother Nangong, this is just one of your guesses. What if that young man doesn't know any way to survive? Then wouldn't you die with them? It's too risky, I don't agree. Tai Jinyong objected. Brother Yong, you can rest assured that I know when to advance and when to retreat. However, the mission I accepted 15 years ago is one that I haven't been able to complete in my life. I don't feel good about it. In the future, it will become an obstacle for me to advance to the venerable realm. Nangong Lai sighed. You mean you accepted the mission that alarmed the southern wasteland 15 years ago, and offered a sky-high reward for finding the venomous insect clan's heavenly insect magic? Tai Jinyong's eyes revealed a look of horror. Nangong Lai nodded and said, Yes, I accepted it. In the past 15 years, I have traveled all over the southern wasteland but found nothing. I think it must still be in Gu City, or it has long been lost. 15 years ago, there was an amazing anonymous mission in the Southern Wasteland Mercenary Organization. Whoever could find the venomous insect magic would receive 5 million high-grade mysterious crystals. There was no time limit. As long as they could find it, they could get the mysterious crystals at any time. This mission shocked the Southern Wasteland at that time. Such a large bounty was simply rarely seen in 1,000 years. These 5 million upper-grade mysterious crystals were worth more than several small low-grade crystal mines. In the Southern Wasteland, there was no force that could take out such a large amount. Perhaps only a few great forces combined their resources would have such a possibility. At that time, Nangong Lai, who was the #1 mercenary emperor, accepted this mission without hesitation. Unfortunately, 15 years had passed, but there were no traces of it. The only place that he felt that it might exist was the Gu City that he had yet to find, but he did not dare to casually step into it. Now that he had coincidentally met Ling Xiao, who actually wanted to enter the Gu City, Nangong Lai had the idea of going in together. Of course, he would not joke around with his own life. He had to understand if Ling Xiao had enough confidence to enter and exit, otherwise, he would not take the risk. Just as the two of them were talking, an earth-shattering explosion shook the sky. The expressions of the two of them changed. Tai Jinyong said, Could it be that a spirit beast has attacked? Having said that, he took the lead and flew towards his tribe, with Nangong Lai quickly following behind him. At this time, the house that Ling Xiao and the others were resting in was blown to smithereens. Many giant trees in the surrounding area were also destroyed by the explosion. The people in the nearby houses were so frightened that they fled from their beds. The experts of the Tiela tribe immediately surrounded the area. They all stared at the destroyed area with indescribable expressions, and their expressions were extremely solemn. They all knew that this was the resting place of the Tiela tribe's distinguished guests. If something were to happen to them in their territory, they would be too ashamed to show their faces. Xian Yao popped out of nowhere and looked at the house that Ling Xiao was staying in. He was tongue-tied. What the hell is this guy doing? Could it be that refining pills can kill people? Whoosh whoosh. Two silhouettes quickly descended. The Tiela tribe's subordinates immediately saluted Tai Jinyong. They were speaking in the barbarian language, but no one knew what they were saying. Tai Jinyong said to Xian Yao, They said that the explosion happened for no reason. Xian Yao laughed awkwardly. Maybe my brother was concocting pills inside, and exploded while he was concocting. Seniors, you two should know that concocting pills is very dangerous. I've already advised him not to play this dangerous game as much as possible, so I apologize on behalf of that dead brother. Tai Jinyong and Nangong Lai were both astonished. Nangong Lai asked, Is little brother Ling also an alchemist? He should be an unranked alchemist. Master Gu Ba wanted to take him as a disciple, but my brother refused and insisted on exploring on his own. Now it's all good, Xian Yao replied. Nangong Lai laughed lightly. Haha, I wonder what grade of pill little brother Ling refined for it to cause such a huge commotion. Next, waves of fragrant pill fragrance wafted out from the destroyed house. The surrounding people were all attracted by the fragrance and salivated. Xianyao wiped his mouth and said, "How fragrant, I really want to eat it." What kind of pill is this? It actually made me want to devour it." Tai Zhenyong sniffed and said in surprise. Nangonglai also revealed a strange expression. He guessed, a 3rd or 4th grade pill would not have such a strong medicinal effect. This is the smell of a pill fragrance. Could it be a 5th grade pill? Elixirs were divided into 10 grades. 1st and 2nd level elixirs could only be considered as unranked elixirs. 3rd level elixirs could be considered as grade elixirs. Their medicinal properties were already worthy of the title of miracle elixir. 4th level elixirs were a level higher. Their medicinal properties would definitely be richer, and their medicinal effects would be more prominent. The higher the grade of elixir, the more extraordinary it would be. Only 5th grade pills and above would begin to emit pill fragrance. This pill fragrance did not only refer to the pill's medicinal smell, but also a smell that would strongly attract humans and spirit beasts. Looking at everyone's expression, Nangonglai guessed that this could be the pill fragrance of a 5th grade pill. While everyone was still confused, the pill fragrance stopped. 2 silhouettes walked out from the ruins. It was Ling Xiao, who had been concocting pills the entire time. The demon emperor was also following behind him by half a step. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in an extremely sorry state. His black hair was in a mess, and the clothes on his upper body were torn in many places, revealing a lot of muscles that were as white as a young girl's. The demon emperor's clothes were also somewhat damaged, but they were still in good condition. As soon as Ling Xiao appeared, he immediately scratched the back of his head and laughed dryly. "I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone's beautiful dreams. Ling Xiao is truly ashamed." When Tai Zhenyong saw Ling Xiao appear, he waved his hand at his subordinates, telling them to leave. "I say, brother, don't play such a dangerous game if you have nothing to do. I don't want to see a black-haired person die." Xianyao looked at the current Ling Xiao and joked. Ling Xiao pretended to kick Xianyao and said, "Scram to the side." Nangonglai laughed and said, "I didn't expect little brother Ling to be a master alchemist. I'm really disrespectful." Tai Zhenyong said enthusiastically from the side, "Not bad, little brother is a real person. To have such a high level of alchemy at such a young age. It's truly worthy of celebration." Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed and said, "Seniors, you're too kind. Can you let me freshen up before you question me? I can't see anyone like this." Ling Xiao was regretful in his heart. He had thought that he could rely on the restrictions he had set up to restrain the effects of the furnace explosion. However, he had never thought that the energy produced by the condensing of the 5th grade pill would be so great. Not only did it destroy the restrictions he had set up, it almost took his life. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated the ancient emperor's divine arts and had a body of iron skin and copper muscles, he would have already gone to see the king of hell. Tai Zhenyong ordered his servants to change Ling Xiao's residence, and also ordered his servants to help Ling Xiao bathe and change his clothes. By the time Ling Xiao reappeared in Tai Zhenyong's tent, it was already early in the morning. At this time, there were no longer the few of them in the tent. There were also a few middle-aged barbarians and 2 beautiful women. When Ling Xiao walked in, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Ling Xiao knew that his identity as an alchemist could no longer be concealed. He was afraid that it would attract a lot of hard labor and delay his time. However, since things had already come to this, he could only hurry up and get out of here. "Master Ling, come, please have a seat," Tai Zhenyong said. At this time, the way he addressed Ling Xiao had already changed, and the enthusiasm on his face was even stronger than yesterday. Nangonglai looked at Ling Xiao with even more satisfaction. "King Tai Lei, there's no need to be so polite. Just call me Ling Xiao. I'm not some master," Ling Xiao said modestly. Chapter 394. The Tai Lei tribe was one of the 9 great tribes of the barbarian race, and there was no lack of experts under their command. In the tent of the Tai Lei king, there were 7 or 8 middle-aged and elderly people, all of whom were at least at the high level of the king level. 2 of them were even at the emperor level. Sitting on the left and right of the Tai Lei King were two beautiful women. They were both dressed in gold and silver, with many ornaments on their hands. Their clothing was quite strange, and they had the flavor of a foreign tribe. These two women were the relatives of the Tai Lei King. The elegant middle-aged woman was his concubine, and the young woman in her early 20s was his daughter, Tai Leining. Ling Xiao really didn't understand why the Tai Lei King had gathered so many people here. Was it because of his identity as an alchemist that it was so grand? Grandmaster Ling, there is no need to be modest. Right, may I ask what grade of pill Grandmaster Ling was refining last night to cause such a commotion? Tai Zhenyong asked. I was just lucky enough to refine a 5th grade pill. I didn't expect it to cause such a commotion. Ling Xiao is very ashamed, but the Tai Lei King can rest assured that I will compensate for your losses. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. He had originally thought of hiding his true alchemist rank, but he knew that the most important thing when treating barbarian friends was sincerity. Otherwise, if they found out that he had deceived them, they would definitely turn against him. It really is a 5th grade pill. Tai Zhenyong and Nangong Lai immediately stood up in excitement after hearing Ling Xiao's confirmation. The other barbarians also revealed looks of shock, and their eyes were filled with doubt. They were all thinking, when did it become so easy for an alchemist to advance a grade? Wasn't it said that advancing a grade for an alchemist was more difficult than advancing a grade in cultivation? No matter how one looked at this young man in front of them, he was only 20 years old. How could he be a 5th grade alchemist? Xian Yao, who was sitting to the side, glanced at Ling Xiao with pleasant surprise before regaining his calm. Behind Ling Xiao, the old demon emperor's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment that was difficult for others to detect. Nangong Lai asked, "What pill did Grandmaster Ling refine?" He only asked this to confirm Ling Xiao's identity. A small bottle appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Inside the bottle was a sparkling and translucent pill. He replied, "It's just an ordinary soul-replenishing pill. It's really difficult to enter the Grand Hall. I've made a fool of myself." Ling Xiao opened the bottle cap, and a fragrant medicinal scent filled the entire tent. Everyone revealed a covetous expression. Even the two beauties sitting next to King Tiela couldn't help but lose their composure. Behind Ling Xiao, the demon emperor almost couldn't help but snatch the pill. This was a soul-mending pill that was extremely beneficial to him. As long as he consumed this pill, his soul would recover a step further. It was extremely crucial for his future recovery. After Ling Xiao put away the pills, everyone reluctantly withdrew their gazes. King Tiela walked down from his throne and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and sincerely said, "I implore Grandmaster Ling to help my Tiela tribe. I, Tai Zhenyong, will be extremely grateful." "King Tiela, what do you mean?" Ling Xiao said in a panic. He exclaimed in his heart, "Trouble is still coming. What a headache. My tribe lives by hunting spirit beasts all year round. Although our warriors are brave, they are still lacking when compared to the spirit beasts. Losing our lives and getting injured is a common occurrence. Giving our warriors pills is a necessary preparation. However, our tribe is famous for cultivating strength, and very few of us know how to refine pills. Thus, every year, our tribe has to purchase pills from the outer city. It's a pity that the pills we purchase each time are pitifully small, and the cost is extremely high. It's simply not enough to satisfy our tribe's needs. Especially this year, our remaining healing pills are nearly exhausted. Thus, I implore Grandmaster Ling to refine a batch of healing pills for our tribe. I, Tai Zhenyong, represent the Tiela tribe to become Grandmaster Ling's most loyal friend." Tai Zhenyong held his chest as he spoke with extreme sincerity. Several middle-aged and elderly people in the tent stood up and bowed towards Ling Xiao. "I implore Grandmaster Ling to help my Tiela tribe. King Tiela, there's no need for this. I, Ling Xiao, do not deserve such a bow from you. I am merely a nobody." Ling Xiao quickly helped Tai Zhenyong up. Tai Zhenyong's head was still lowered. "I implore Grandmaster Ling to help my people. As long as Grandmaster Ling is willing to help, I, Tai Zhenyong, can agree to any of your conditions, even if you want my daughter to be your wife or concubine." The barbarians basically didn't know how to refine pills. When they were injured, they would use the most primitive methods of bandaging and using spirit herbs to heal. However, these two methods of healing were far inferior to the medicinal efficacy of medicinal pills. Therefore, what the barbarians needed the most were pills, a large number of pills. As long as they had the guarantee of healing their wounds, they would have a higher chance of survival when they fought against the spiritual beasts. This was also the reason why King Tiela was willing to lower his status to Ling Xiao. King Tiela, there's no need for this. I still have important matters to attend to in Gu City, so I really can't split myself. Ling Xiao tactfully declined. Before King Tiela could speak, Tai Lanying walked down. The gold and silver accessories on her body gave off a tinkling sound. Her delicate face was like a flower, her almond eyes were like water, her waist was like a willow, her breasts were plump, and her butt was perky. Her appearance and figure were flawless. She said to Ling Xiao in the common language, "Master, Grandmaster Ling, do you think I'm pretty?" Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. "Princess, you look like a fairy, of course you're pretty." In fact, Ling Xiao didn't even need to look at it to memorize these respectful words by heart. "As long as you agree to my father's request, I'll be yours," Tai Lanying said with a resolute expression. At this moment, Xianyao hurriedly said, "Princess, there's no need to beg him, just tell me." The corner of Ling Xiao's eye twitched. He glared at Xianyao, only to find that he didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he was looking at Tai Lanying with infatuation. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. "This is bad, I'm going to be sold by this guy." Tai Lanying looked at Xianyao and asked, "Do you know how to refine pills?" "I don't," Xianyao answered honestly. "Then what's the point of me telling you?" Tai Lanying said indifferently, "If you tell me, I can have him refine pills for you. In this way, you don't have to wrong yourself to be with this promiscuous playboy," Xianyao said quite righteously. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" "I'm in a hurry," Ling Xiao said to Xianyao through his secret ear. Xianyao replied, "Help me out, my happiness depends on you. If I miss out on her, I'll be a bachelor for the rest of my life." When Ling Xiao heard this, he slapped his forehead. He had been defeated by Xianyao. Tai Lanying looked at Xianyao for a moment before looking back at Ling Xiao. Is he speaking the truth? Ling Xiao didn't respond to Tai Lanying, and instead asked Tai Zhenyong, "How many pills do you need, King Tiela? What grade do you need?" Tiela King was overjoyed and immediately replied, "Of course, the more the better. Grade doesn't matter, we'll be satisfied with grade 1, 2, or even 3. As long as they can heal." "All right, seeing how sincere you are, I, Ling Xiao, am not a friend if I continue to refuse. I'll refine pills for you for 3 days, after which I must leave. What do you think, King Tiela?" Ling Xiao said decisively. The reason he had spoken to Tiela King first was because he was afraid that Xianyao would be too greedy and waste his time. "Isn't 3 days a bit too short?" Tiela King revealed an awkward expression. Although they didn't understand alchemy, they had a rough understanding of it. Refining pills was an extremely complicated process, and each furnace required a lot of time. He was worried about how many pills Ling Xiao would be able to refine in 3 days. "King Tiela, you don't need to worry. In 3 days, I can give you no less than 5,000 healing pills below the 3rd grade. However, you must prepare your own materials," promised Ling Xiao. 5,000. Everyone cried out in shock. Refining 5,000 low-tier medicinal pills in 3 days. This was simply too unbelievable. Even if he refined non-stop, refining a few hundred pills would already be pretty good. For a moment, everyone cast doubtful gazes at Ling Xiao. "If King Tiela doesn't believe me, then I'll leave right now," said Ling Xiao. The only reason he dared to make such a promise was because he was prepared to work for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Of course, this wasn't the only reason he could refine so many pills. Last night, he was able to refine 2 4th-grade pills in 1 furnace. Obsidian had told him that it was because his realm had increased, and his control over energy had become better. This reduced the loss of medicinal essence, allowing him to refine even more pills. Normally, refining 1st and 2nd-grade pills would only produce 10 pills per furnace. With his current ability, he should be able to refine even more. Perhaps it wouldn't be strange for him to refine 10, or even 20 pills per furnace. Therefore, he felt that refining 5,000 low-grade pills in 3 days and 3 nights shouldn't be impossible. Grandmaster Ling is too serious. I'll immediately gather my subordinates to provide the materials, replied Tiela King. He then added, what other requests does Grandmaster Ling have? Please state them all. If my Tiela tribe can do it, we will definitely complete it in the shortest time possible. Just prepare the materials for me. Also, help me find a secluded place where I won't be disturbed for 3 days, replied Ling Xiao. That won't be a problem. I'll have the 4 royal guards protect you, replied Tiela King. Next, Tiela King arranged for a newly excavated cave for Ling Xiao to use as an alchemy room. He also placed a dozen millennium luminous pearls in the room for illumination. He then sent people to deliver a large amount of spirit herbs and beast pills, including some high-grade spirit herbs. These spirit grasses dazzled Ling Xiao's eyes. He didn't expect Tiela King to be so forthright and trust him so much. These materials weren't just enough to refine 5,000 pills. Even if he wanted to refine 50,000 pills, it would be enough. In truth, Ling Xiao didn't know that there were many majestic mountains in the southern wasteland. The barbarians also lived in these mountains. Hunting spirit beasts and harvesting spirit herbs was a common activity for them. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the Tiela tribe to provide such a large amount of spirit herbs and beast pills. Moreover, Tiela King also knew that it was difficult to make mistakes during alchemy, so he prepared a few more just in case. This time, it could be said that Ling Xiao was on his level. These low-grade spirit herbs weren't very valuable in his eyes, but with the help of the second layer of the obsidian cauldron, he could plant the extra ones and enjoy a large amount of high-grade spirit herbs in the future. Chapter 395. In a spacious cave, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground, his palms constantly sending out strong and enchanting blue flames. The blue flames burned on a large black cauldron, and wisps of scorching mist evaporated the spiritual herbs floating above the cauldron, extracting their medicinal essence. Those spiritual herbs withered rapidly, and their essence fell into the cauldron like crystal rainwater. As Ling Xiao's palms moved faster, the spiritual herbs disappeared faster. When a batch of hundreds of spiritual herbs was completely extracted, another hundreds of spiritual herbs flew into Ling Xiao's interspatial ring. These spiritual herbs seemed to be carried by an invisible hand and flew toward the cauldron. This was the traction made by Ling Xiao using his supreme spiritual force. His spiritual force could control boulders weighing thousands of kilograms at most, so it was really effortless for him to control these spiritual herbs that were as light as air. The obsidian cauldron also had the function of magnifying, and according to the cauldron's soul, to refine these low-grade pills, he could directly extract all the spiritual herbs from dozens of furnaces, and then condense them all at once. There was no need to condense them one by one. Ling Xiao believed the cauldron's soul's suggestion. After all, he only wanted to refine some low-grade healing pills that were not graded, and did not need to distinguish any attributes. In that case, he could certainly do as the cauldron's soul suggested, and throw in dozens of furnaces of the same medicinal herbs to condense them again. He believed that there would be no problem. The cauldron's soul must have tried it before, and Ling Xiao was now just following the path of his predecessors. For 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Xiao refined pills without sleep or rest. Fortunately, he was refining low-grade pills, and he was now at the low-grade king stage, and his spiritual force was not what it used to be, so he endured the hardship. When Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, the entrance of the cave was already full of people from the Tiela tribe. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao expectantly, and Tai Jinyong even took a few steps forward and asked nervously, "How was it, Master Ling?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Fortunately, I did not fail." "Really? That's great." Tai Jinyong excitedly shook Ling Xiao's hand. "Your Majesty, you should let Master Ling take a bath and rest first," the princess beside Tai Jinyong said. Tai Jinyong said happily, Yes, Master Ling, please go and rest first. In the afternoon, we will host a banquet to welcome Master Ling's great hospitality." Ling Xiao didn't say anything more. In fact, he really didn't feel that it was very hard for him to refine pills for 3 days and 3 nights. Instead, he felt that his mental strength had increased a lot. However, he still didn't like the sticky feeling all over his body, so he decided to take a shower and relax first. In the afternoon, the Tai Lu tribe celebrated. All the barbarians of the Tai Lei tribe slaughtered the beasts and roasted the meat. They sang and danced as they gathered together. The barbarians were united and friendly. This was the spirit of their race. Ling Xiao was sitting on the left side of Tai Zhenyong, while Nangong Lai was sitting on the right side. It could be seen how much Tai Zhenyong valued Ling Xiao. Before this, the amount that Ling Xiao had given Tai Zhenyong wasn't 5,000 pills, but more than 8,000. This made Tai Zhenyong and the people of the Tai Lu tribe unable to close their mouths. At the same time, their gazes towards Ling Xiao were filled with friendliness and gratitude. At the beginning, they really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could refine 5,000 pills. Even if he could refine 3,000 pills, it would be pretty good. But who would have thought that Ling Xiao would once again exceed their expectations? Although these were low-grade pills, to the warriors of their tribe, it meant that there would be fewer casualties this year. It also gave them enough time to purchase pills from all over the place. This would solve the problem of maintaining the supply of pills in the tribe. Ling Xiao's act of righteousness was enough for the Tai Lu tribe to treat him as their benefactor. Ling Xiao had been brought here by Nangong Lai. Although Nangong Lai's relationship with Tai Zhenyong wasn't ordinary, Nangong Lai still felt very proud. One by one, the people of the Tai Lu tribe toasted Ling Xiao. Even Tai Zhenyong raised his fist. Ling Xiao didn't refuse any of them. Although he wasn't addicted to alcohol, his alcohol tolerance wasn't bad. The wine of the barbarian tribe was quite spicy and refreshing. Come, Grandmaster Ling, on behalf of the warriors of the Tai Lu tribe, I thank you for refining pills. Tai Zhenyong raised his bowl towards Ling Xiao. King Tai Lu is too polite. I was just passing by your precious land and received your warm hospitality. Ling Xiao is very grateful. Ling Xiao replied. He had always followed the principle that if others respected him, he would respect them tenfold. The two of them emptied their bowls of wine. Good, Grandmaster Ling is not only a good person, but also a straightforward drinker. I, Tai Meng, will also give you a toast. A middle-aged man sitting not far from Ling Xiao raised his cup. Lord Meng is flattering me. It's your wine that's too refreshing. I can't help but drink a few more cups. Come, let me give you a toast. Ling Xiao drank happily and returned the toast. He once again drank the wine in his bowl that had just been filled. All the people of the Tai Lu tribe were very happy to see Ling Xiao drink so much. Apart from competing in strength, the barbarians couldn't be weak when it came to alcohol. Ling Xiao didn't know how many cups he had drunk with the crowd. His handsome face was flushed red. The young girls who were dancing sexily threw flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were full of desire. Xian Yao didn't drink as much as Ling Xiao, but in order to woo Tai Lanying, he drank 3 jars of wine with Tai Lanying. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Useless man, you only drank a little and you've already collapsed? Tai Lanying kicked Xian Yao and said with dissatisfaction. Then she carried a jar of wine to Ling Xiao and said, Grandmaster Ling, this little girl will also give you a toast. After saying that, she lifted the jar and directly poured the wine into her mouth. The wine that splashed out dripped on her towering breasts, causing Ling Xiao to stare blankly. A ball of fire quickly rose in his heart. Damn, I can't take advantage of my friend's wife. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. He picked up a jar of wine, and also drank it heroically. Seeing this, the bystanders applauded. Then, the two of them drank 5 jars of wine in a row and still didn't collapse. The bystanders were stunned. This wine was the barbarian race's special wine. It was spicy and refreshing, but it wasn't something an ordinary person could handle. Even a king-level warrior wouldn't collapse after drinking 3 jars of wine in a row. Tai Lanying was famous in the Tai Lei tribe for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But Ling Xiao was actually able to drink on par with her. This was what they admired about him. Come, this young master doesn't believe that I can't drink more than you, little girl. Ling Xiao was already 70% drunk. He brought out another jar of wine and said to Tai Lanying. How could Tai Lanying not be at her limit? But she was stubborn and continued to hold the jar of wine against Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, she had just picked up the jar when she passed out. She was still muttering, Drink, it's all gone. Ling Xiao also drank a few mouthfuls and passed out. The next morning, when Ling Xiao woke up, he found himself holding a soft body in his arms. Ling Xiao instantly sobered up. He looked into his arms and found two naked girls lying on his chest. Their breathing was very smooth, and they were sleeping soundly. Their healthy and glossy skin was so soft and smooth. The two soft lumps on their chests made him feel very comfortable. Their lithe and graceful bodies were indescribably sexy. What's going on? Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Tai Lanning wasn't among the two women, but he couldn't remember what had happened last night. Just as Ling Xiao was trying to figure out what was going on, that majestic thing suddenly stood up. One of the girls sensed Ling Xiao's movement and opened her beautiful eyes to look at Ling Xiao, who still had his eyes closed. Her delicate hand reached out to grab that majestic thing. Hiss. Ling Xiao secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. His whole body was in the most excited state. Then he only felt that his majestic thing was wrapped in a moist stream. A series of low groans gradually rang out. Another girl was awakened and joined the battle circle. Ling Xiao could no longer pretend to be a saint. He turned into a beast. After a long time, Ling Xiao calmed down. He looked at the two beautiful girls and asked, "What the hell is going on?" After the pleasure, Ling Xiao didn't feel happy. He was worried that it would be a trick, because he knew that barbarian women were very chaste. Once he provoked them, it would be difficult to get away. The two girls saw Ling Xiao's serious face. Their expression became anxious. They quickly explained something to Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, no matter what they said, Ling Xiao couldn't understand a word. Damn, what kind of bird language is this? I'll go ask myself. Ling Xiao cursed and strode out of the room. Demon Emperor, what's going on? Ling Xiao asked the Demon Emperor, who was guarding the door. The Demon Emperor was stunned. Young master, what happened? You don't know? Ling Xiao asked with a gloomy face. The Demon Emperor looked into the room and replied, "Those are the maids that the king of Tylei gave to young master. Last night young master drank too much, so." When Ling Xiao heard this, he fiercely slapped his forehead. "Damn it, what do I do?" "Young master, there's no need to worry. They're maids that the king of Tylei has given you, so they already know their fates. Moreover, they're willing to do this, so they probably won't hold you accountable. Even the king of Tylei won't threaten you. Let's hope so." Ling Xiao sighed, then thought to himself, "I must leave today." At this time, a barbarian walked over and respectfully said to Ling Xiao, "Grandmaster Ling, the king invites you." Ling Xiao nodded. He didn't immediately leave with the barbarian. Instead, he returned to the room. Ling Xiao took out 2 spirit breakthrough pills and 2 large sparkling pearls and handed them to the 2 girls. The 2 girls were both high-level mystic cultivators. They were probably the best at cultivating tenbin in the Tylei tribe. It was unknown if the king of Tylei did this intentionally or not, but Ling Xiao felt the need to compensate them. Although he felt guilty, he didn't know what was going on. Naturally, he wasn't stupid enough to take responsibility for them. These 2 are spirit breakthrough pills. They can help you become spirit masters. The other 2 pearls can help you maintain your youthful appearance. Consider it my compensation. I still have important things to do." Ling Xiao didn't care if the 2 girls understood or not. He stuffed the pills and pearls into their hands and strode out of the room. Chapter 396. When they arrived at the Tai Lu King's tent, Tai Zhenyong and the princess sat at the top while Nangong Lai sat at the bottom. He had been waiting for a long time. Tai Zhenyong greeted him with a face full of smiles, then went straight to the point. "Master Ling, you are a noble of my clan, and you have helped my clan so much. This king has prepared a small gift. I hope Master Ling will accept it." After Tai Zhenyong finished speaking, he clapped his hands and a few maids walked up with a few trays. Tai Zhenyong removed the red towels from the trays one by one. On the first tray was a pile of neatly stacked mysterious crystals. The mysterious crystals were very big, and each piece emitted waves of pure energy. These were high-grade mysterious crystals, and from the looks of it, there were about 500 of them, which was equivalent to 5 million low-grade mysterious crystals. On the second tray was a spirit grass. This spirit grass exuded a strong fire-attributed aura. Its scarlet stem was sparkling, and its flame-like leaves were extremely peculiar. This was a high-grade 5th-grade flame grass. For any fire-attributed warrior, it was a top-grade spirit grass. It was extremely precious and rare, comparable to a low-grade 6th-grade spirit grass. On the third tray was another spirit grass. This spirit grass was like a dancing golden spirit snake, as if it was alive. It gave people the impression that they were looking at a snake. Golden snake vine, a low-grade 6th-grade spirit grass, was a spirit grass that could make metal-attributed warriors go crazy because it could allow metal-attributed warriors with high tenbin to comprehend a kind of footwork called snake steps. This footwork was comprehended from the snake image after consuming the golden snake vine, and it could increase the speed of metal-attributed warriors. On the fourth tray was a fire-attributed snake spear, a high-grade 5th-grade Xian artifact that was infinitely close to being a spirit artifact. It had a very strong offensive power. This was the highest reward for the Tai Lu tribe's warrior competition, which was held every 3 years. Now that Tai Xingyong had bestowed it to Ling Xiao, it was obvious that Ling Xiao had already obtained the Tai Lu tribe's approval. The last tray was a medallion. There was a golden eagle carved on the medallion. It was extremely lifelike and looked extremely noble. It was the golden token of the king of Tiela. Tai Xingyong only had 5 of them. Seeing the token was like seeing the king of Tiela. Grandmaster Ling, please accept these small gifts. In the future, you will be the most distinguished friend of our Tiela tribe. Tai Xingyong had sent so many gifts to Ling Xiao, which was absolutely necessary for the Tiela tribe to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Any 5th-grade alchemist would become a respected figure no matter where they went. Which sect or family wouldn't want to curry favor with them? Nangong Lai spoke on behalf of Tai Xingyong. Master Ling, please accept it. This is your reward for refining pills. It would be a waste if you don't accept it. Ling Xiao saw that Tai Xingyong was so sincere, and Nangong Lai spoke again. He hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the gifts one by one. Ling Xiao thanks the king of Tiela for his gifts. Ling Xiao responded and then took out 2 dazzling pearls. He took 2 steps forward and said to the princess, "Princess, these are pearls I obtained from a 10,000-year-old giant shell. It can beautify and maintain one's appearance. Consider it a small gift from Ling Xiao. Please accept it." Is it really that magical? The princess was pleasantly surprised. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can eat it now. I guarantee that you will become even more beautiful. Ling Xiao was not stingy with his praise. Grandmaster Ling, this gift is too precious. Tai Xingyong was very knowledgeable, so he naturally knew the value of the pearls Ling Xiao had taken out. As the saying goes, gifts must be exchanged. This little thing is not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. He still had hundreds of such pearls in the obsidian cauldron, so giving a few was nothing. Tai Xingyong no longer refused, and the princess impatiently swallowed one of the pearls. Suddenly, Wang Fei's body released a pure and flawless light. Her appearance actually glowed again, and she seemed to have become a dozen years younger. Her originally middle-aged appearance became a beautiful young married woman. It was as though she had returned to her youth. Her skin was filled with elasticity and vitality, giving people the feeling that they could never get tired of looking at her. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Beautiful. The princess was really beautiful when she was young, Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The princess cupped her face and asked Tai Xingyong, "Your Majesty, I feel a wonderful change. I wonder if I've become even more beautiful?" Tai Xingyong's face was wild with joy as he cried out, "This is too magical, my beloved. You've returned to your youthful appearance. You're too beautiful." After saying that, Tai Xingyong actually ignored the people present and hugged the princess and kissed her passionately. The effects of these pearls are actually extraordinary. When this young master returns, I will definitely make all my wives even more beautiful. Ling Xiao thought fervently in his heart. Despite Tai Xingyong's repeated urging, Ling Xiao was still determined to leave. They rested for a few days in the Tiela tribe before continuing on their journey. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them flew for another half a month before arriving at a huge city, Guanling City. Guanling City was one of the few large cities in the southern wasteland. People of all races came here to exchange what they needed, and their trade was not much worse than Nantian cities. Ling Xiao and the others did not tarry here. With Nangong Lai's help, they directly used the city's transportation formation and arrived at another large city in the depths of the southern wasteland, Divine Dao City. This city was called Divine Dao City because it was controlled by the Deity Dao Union, and it was also where the Deity Dao Union's headquarters were located. After arriving at Divine Dao City, they would not be too far from Gu City. From here, they would only need to fly for half a month to arrive. As they got closer and closer to Gu City, Ling Xiao's emotions grew increasingly excited. He had painstakingly ventured deep into the southern wasteland to find the Heaven Gu divine technique, so that the priestess could continue living. If he failed to find the Heaven Gu divine technique, then this trip would have been in vain. Furthermore, the priestess might not be able to live for long. He prayed that his luck would continue to be good, and that he had to find the Heaven Gu divine technique. After Nangong Lai brought Ling Xiao to an inn, he said to Ling Xiao, "Master Ling, you guys can rest here first. I will go out and handle some matters. I will be back in 1 or 2 days at the earliest and 3 days at the latest. During these few days, you guys can walk around the city. However, do not provoke the people of the Deity Dao Union. They are famous for being difficult to deal with." After Nangong Lai gave some instructions, he left in a hurry. Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, and the Demon Emperor went to the inn and asked for 3 rooms to stay for the time being. Before Ling Xiao could even warm his seat, Xian Yao walked over to Ling Xiao's room and said, "Let's go out for a walk. I feel like we have a lot of fortuitous encounters today. Who knows, we might be able to find some news about the Heaven Gu divine technique." Ling Xiao rolled his eyes at Xian Yao and said, "This is Divine Dao City, not Gu City. The Heaven Gu divine technique has already disappeared for 10,000 years. How could it be so coincidental that we have news of it right after we arrived? You can go lie to others, but don't bother this young master. You have to believe in the profound secrets sex number 1 fortune teller. Although the Heaven Gu divine technique has disappeared for many years, there are still many people who hope that it will reappear in the world. We cannot miss out on such a fortuitous encounter." Xian Yao continued to persuade him. Ling Xiao ignored Xian Yao and took out 2 bottles. One contained myriad year stone emulsion, and the other contained king pills. "Stop grumbling. Let's get to the king level first. Otherwise, this young master won't serve you anymore," Ling Xiao said as he tossed the 2 bottles to Xian Yao. Xian Yao caught them as if they were treasures. He said happily, "I say, can't you be more careful with such precious things? If you break them, can you afford to pay for them?" Ling Xiao ignored Xian Yao and flipped over onto the wooden bed. TSK, I didn't expect you to have such a rich collection. You even have a top-grade liquid like myriad year stone emulsion. This is great. This divine fortune teller can finally step into the king level." Xian Yao's eyes lit up as he looked at the myriad year stone emulsion. He then said to Ling Xiao, "Brother, do you have any more? Give me a few more bottles." "I do. Go to the well and take as many as you want," Ling Xiao said snappily. Xian Yao laughed dryly and didn't say anything more, instead taking out a black wolf fur brush and a bottle of golden liquid from his space ring. Xian Yao dipped the black wolf fur brush into the golden liquid, and then began to draw something on the floor of the room. Ling Xiao looked curiously at what Xian Yao was doing. He saw Xian Yao drawing some irregular patterns on the floor. These patterns were like spirit snakes swimming about, giving off a very strange appearance. "What the hell are you doodling about?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Xian Yao said seriously, "Shut up, this divine fortune teller is drawing an array diagram." "Array? Array diagram? Haha, these messy lines can be considered an array diagram? Keep bragging, Ling Xiao mocked. Xian Yao ignored Ling Xiao and continued to draw, sweat gradually appearing on his face, as if he was struggling. After he put away the black brush and the golden liquid, he took out a few beast cores and placed them in different positions. Then something strange happened. The patterns he had just drawn blossomed with a bright light, and the entire room became dreamlike. It looked extremely unreal. Ling Xiao was shocked by this scene. He really didn't expect that such a small formation could be formed with just these curved lines. "Look carefully, is this an array diagram? Is this a formation?" Xianyao said proudly. At least you know something, but why did you make a small formation in my house? Do you still want me to sleep? Ling Xiao asked unhappily. He didn't want to see Xianyao's proud look, so he insisted that Xianyao not show off. Xianyao laughed dryly and said, I'll borrow it for now. I'll return it to you when I break through to the king stage. Ling Xiao asked again, what is this small formation? What's its use? Xianyao said, this is the little spirit concealment formation. It can hide all the auras in this place and isolate the outside world from interference. It can allow me to focus on breaking through. You really do have some skill. You can slowly break through here. I won't be serving you, said Ling Xiao. He walked out of the room. He wasn't interested in waiting for Xianyao to break through. You stay here and protect him, Ling Xiao said to the demon emperor at the door. Yes, young master, the demon emperor replied. He then carefully asked, when can young master give me the soul-mending pill? It's a waste to give it to you now. Wait until you find a better body, Ling Xiao replied and walked out. Chapter 397. After Nangonglai left Ling Xiao and the others, he arrived outside a courtyard. When the middle-aged man at the door saw Nangonglai, he immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Captain. Nangonglai nodded and said, Call them over to see me. Yes, Captain. The middle-aged man replied and left. After Nangonglai entered the hall, not long after, 8 figures quickly rushed over from outside. These 8 people were all middle-aged people, 6 men and 2 women. All of their strength was extraordinary. The strongest was a mid-level Earth Emperor, and the weakest was a high-level king. Greetings, Captain. These 8 people were the vice-captain and captain of the Raging Inferno mercenary group. Nangonglai placed his hands behind his back and coldly looked at the 8 people and said, Where are OL3 and OL8? The strongest old man stood up and replied. The 2 of them escorted a group of merchants to the Beast Alliance's tribe, so they couldn't make it here. What kind of merchant group can invite them? Nangonglai said indifferently. It's the people from the 1,000 Grand Merchant Alliance. The old man replied. Yes, they do have the ability, Nangonglai replied and then said, How's the matter I asked you to do? It's been spread out. All the major powers have sent people over, and the Deity Dao Union has also made a move. They plan to go to Gu City in 5 days to search for the Heaven Gu Divine Art and the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron. It's said that the Ghost Hag Demon couple, the Poisonous Scorpion Emperor, and the Mad Taoist are also here. The old man reported. Nangonglai let out a cold smile and said, That's even better. Whether we can break the 10,000-year curse of Gu City depends on this trip. Captain, is it worth it for that mission? The old man asked. It's worth it. This is my Nangonglai's failure in my life. I can't let it become a stain in my life. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I must find the Heaven Gu Divine Art. Nangonglai said resolutely. He then said, You don't have to participate in this trip. If I can't come out, Shaoan will take over as the captain. The old man bowed in fear and said, Captain, how can this be? This is an order, Nangonglai said with a strong aura. Everyone else replied in unison, Yes, Captain. Nangonglai nodded in satisfaction and said, Don't worry, I, Nangonglai, have risked my life countless times. Even a venerable might not be able to take my life. I will definitely come out alive. After this trip, no matter what the result is, I will have fulfilled one of my wishes. Perhaps the Heavenly Gu Divine Art has already been destroyed by someone else. Ling Zhao's room was occupied by Xianyao, so he could only take a stroll outside. Perhaps what Xianyao said was true. There would be a great opportunity to learn about the Heaven Gu Divine technique today. The weather in the southern wasteland was extremely hot. Walking on the bustling street, bursts of heat hit his face. Ling Xiao circulated his ice-cold qi to balance his body temperature, so that he didn't feel so hot. Ling Xiao walked to a luxurious restaurant and entered. This kind of restaurant was the best choice to learn about the affairs of Jianghu. Regardless of whether it was a big or a small matter, one could hear 1 or 2 discussions here. Ling Xiao ordered some snacks and sat in the middle of the crowd, sipping wine and eating dried fruits while listening to his surroundings. At first, he only heard some unimportant gossip. It wasn't until a group of mercenaries walked in that it became lively. Have you heard? The various forces are starting to combine their forces to enter Gu City to search for the relics of the Gu race. Impossible. Who knows how many people have entered Gu City over the years? They must have all died inside. That place has become a dead city. Who would be so bored to enter Gu City? You don't know, but recently, there's news that there are relics of the Gu race in Gu City, the Heavenly Gu Divine Art, and the Heavenly Gu Divine Cauldron. These two are divine objects, and the Gu race relied on them to dominate the southern region. TSK, who would believe such words? These two divine objects were probably lost long ago. Would they wait for them to go in and retrieve them? Moreover, even an Earth Emperor stage expert would die 10 times out of 10. When Ling Xiao heard this news, he was extremely surprised. Why were there suddenly so many people eyeing Gu City? After all, the Heavenly Gu Divine Art could only be cultivated by those with the Heavenly Gu body, and it was useless even if others obtained it. Could it be that they're going for the Heavenly Gu Divine Cauldron? Ling Xiao wondered. Ling Xiao quietly drank as he listened to those people continue to talk. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. In 5 days, all the forces would gather and set out for Gu City. They wanted to turn the entire city upside down. Even if they couldn't find the Heavenly Gu Divine Art and the Heavenly Gu Divine Cauldron, they had to reopen Gu City's territory. They couldn't let those resources go to waste. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. What a coincidence. When he arrived, all the forces had already begun to set out for Gu City. This wasn't good news for him. If someone else found the Heavenly Gu Divine Art first, then things would be troublesome. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the restaurant, a ghastly wail and wolf-like howl could be heard. Wahaha! Wahahaha! Along with the sound, 2 figures silently appeared in the restaurant. The expressions of everyone in the restaurant changed, as if they had seen someone that made them feel fear. The 2 people who came in were dressed in black and white, with disheveled hair. They looked like the legendary black and white impermanences of hell. Their appearances were extremely sinister and terrifying. They were 2 old men. The one wearing a black robe was an old woman. She held a scepter in her hand, and on top of the scepter was a black skull. The skull's eyes emitted a demonic green light, and it emitted a terrifying evil aura that caused people's hair to stand on end. The other was a bald old man wearing a white robe. One of his eyes was already blind. He didn't bandage his eye, and the empty black eye made people want to vomit. Looking at his 2 pointy ears, it was not a normal human's, and there was actually long green hair growing on his ears. From afar, he looked like a demon. The 2 strange old men had hair-raising smiles on their faces. Their laughter was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It was both strange and terrifying. When the 2 old men sat down, everyone in the restaurant immediately scattered like birds. They all ran out of the restaurant as if they were avoiding the plague. Wuha, are we so scary? The old woman laughed, and the scepter in her hand pointed at a brawny man who was half a step too slow. Xiao Xiao. The skull on the scepter emitted 2 balls of green light that shot towards the brawny man. Immediately, the brawny man was bound by the 2 balls of green light. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Ghost. Ghost mother, have mercy, have mercy. The spirit master begged while crying. Wuha, do we look so scary? Do we want to escape as soon as we see us? The old woman stared at the brawny man and asked. No, that's not it. You 2 seniors are graceful and graceful. How could you scare me? I just have an urgent matter to attend to. So, the brawny man waved his hands and said. He looked like he was about to cry. However, before he could finish speaking, the bald old man made a cutting motion with his hand, and the brawny man's neck was immediately cut off. Haha, so noisy. The bald old man let out a cruel laugh. Wuha, dead man, don't be so miserable. I feel disgusted when I see your blood. The old woman made an orchid gesture, and the green eyes of the skull in her hand flashed. The skull actually left the scepter, and bit towards the already dead brawny man on the ground. The blood essence of the brawny man was instantly scared away by the skull. Then it once again flew back to the scepter, and the green light became even more intense. Wuha baby, you're just a glutton. The old woman looked at the skull and laughed. In the restaurant, apart from the two old men, only Ling Xiao was still drinking by himself. However, when he saw the chain of events, he felt nauseous. Where did this demon come from? How can he be so evil? Ling Xiao lost interest in drinking and cursed in his heart. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, the bald old man shot him a frightening look. "Haha, kid, aren't you afraid?" the bald old man asked. The old woman also said from the side, "Wuha, this kid is a bit interesting. Seeing how his blood essence is so vigorous, my little baby will definitely like him." Ling Xiao was about to reply when a strange smell wafted over. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt as if there was something in his body that was destroying his internal energy. Poisonous gas. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and then he calmly circulated the ancient emperor's divine arts to expel the poisonous gas. Now that his ancient emperor's divine arts had advanced to the fourth transformation, his meridians and internal organs had long since been cleansed. Although he had not reached the realm of being immune to poison, he was not far from it. The two old men in the restaurant looked outside the door. The old woman laughed and said, "Wuha, the poisonous scorpion is here. What an unpleasant stench. Haha. Does the poisonous scorpion want to stink us to death?" the bald old man shouted. "Hee hee, how have you been, immortal granny and immortal duke? This little brother greets you." A middle-aged man wearing a blue robe appeared at the door. This middle-aged man was extremely handsome, with distinct features. His attire was neat and tidy, and he had a bright smile on his face. He held a black fan in his hand and lightly waved it in front of his chest, looking extremely carefree and at ease. When Ling Xiao saw this middle-aged man, he immediately felt jealousy in his heart. He thought to himself, "This old fellow is still pretending to be cool. Be careful, this young master will beat you up." "Wuha, poisonous scorpion. How dare you come to the Deity Dao Union's territory? Are you not afraid that those sanctimonious fellows will deal with you?" the old woman said with narrowed eyes. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and walked in with large strides. He said, "With immortal granny and immortal duke here, I believe they will not dare to act rashly." "Humph. Do these two ugly monsters think they can deal with those people from the Deity Dao Union? Poisonous scorpion, you think too highly of them." Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a strong wind blew, causing the doors and windows of the restaurant to shake. In the next moment, a fat Taoist appeared in the restaurant. This Taoist had white hair on his left and black hair in the middle. In his hand was an incomparably beautiful Taoist nun. This Taoist nun was the one who had a conflict with Ling Xiao in Nantian City, Fairy Kai. Right now, she did not have the arrogant look she had before. Instead, her face was pale, and her expression was mournful. Her beautiful eyes revealed a strong resentment. It seemed like her situation was not good. Chapter 398. "Hey, crazy Taoist, you're courting death." The old woman's eyes flashed with an ominous glint, and she pointed her scepter forward. Dozens of green lights that looked like ghost babies flew towards the old Taoist. The ghost infant let out a whimpering sound, as if a real evil spirit had descended. "These little things might be able to scare ordinary people, but they won't be able to scare me." The old Taoist gently waved the Taoist brush in his hand, and dozens of wind brushes shot out with earthy light, scattering the souls of the green ghost infants. At this time, the one-eyed old man pounced towards the old Taoist like lightning. "Haha, crazy Taoist, go to hell." The one-eyed old man's hands turned into claws and stabbed towards the old Taoist's eyes at a shocking speed. The old Taoist didn't panic, and he quickly retreated while carrying Fairy Kai. "Demon Duke, you can't deal with me before you transform." The old woman shot out countless green lights that looked like ghosts again and again, working together with the one-eyed old man to attack the old Taoist. The old Taoist didn't dare to be careless in the face of their attacks. He gently threw Fairy Kai away, and began to use his full strength to deal with the two's attacks. Bang bang! The tables and chairs in the restaurant were all turned to dust by the three of them, and the restaurant's walls were riddled with holes. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't use their full strength, the restaurant would have long since been turned into ruins. The middle-aged man waved his black fan and walked in front of Ling Xiao, still smiling. He cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Thousand-Face disguise technique is truly unparalleled. To be able to turn into such a handsome appearance, I'm really envious." Ling Xiao was stunned when he heard this, thinking that the old man must have mistaken him for someone else. "How can I compare to your peerless poison technique, old poison? I almost fell into your trap just now," Ling Xiao replied calmly as he sipped his wine. "I'm just a crafty person. How can I not be elegant?" The middle-aged man said modestly. He took Ling Xiao's wine jar, and with a wave of his hand, a cup flew over to him. Then, he filled his own cup without hesitation. Ling Xiao ignored him, instead glancing at Fairy Kai out of the corner of his eye. He discovered that she was also looking at Ling Xiao in astonishment, her eyes filled with anger. "Brother Thousand Faces is interested in this Taoist nun?" The middle-aged man asked with interest. "This is the type of woman I like the most. I don't know if the crazy Taoist is willing to let me have her," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Haha, I think that will be very difficult. But if Brother Thousand Face can make him give it up, then things will be different," laughed the middle-aged man. "What's so difficult about that? Once they finish fighting, I'll ask him for it. I'm sure he won't dare say anything," said Ling Xiao. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment and faintly said, "No wonder Brother Thousand Face can already restrain his aura. Could it be that he's already reached a certain level?" Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything. He looked extremely confident, but in reality, his heart was pounding. The people in front of him were all terrifying monarch experts, and none of them looked like good people. He did not fear them, but it was not good for them to cause trouble. "I say the three of you stop fighting. The people from the Deity Dao Union will be here soon. If you want to fight, why don't you wait until we reach Gu City?" The middle-aged man called out to the three people who were still fighting. Right after the middle-aged man spoke, the three of them stopped in a bad mood. "Hey, if you dare to speak rudely again, I won't let you off, old Taoist." The old woman glared at the old Taoist unhappily. The old Taoist shouted, Even if you bring out 2 more ugly monsters, I won't be afraid of you." "Haha, how dare you?" the one-eyed old man shouted, wanting to attack again. "Enough. Even if the 3 of you don't give me face, you still have to give Brother Thousand Face some face," the middle-aged man shouted. When the 3 heard the middle-aged man's words, they all looked at Ling Xiao. "Haha, he's the thousand-faced scholar?" the one-eyed old man was the first to say in disbelief. "Hey, he's just a small monarch. If he was the thousand-faced scholar, he would have been chopped into meat paste long ago." The old woman laughed sinisterly. The old Taoist also looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, "Brat, you dare to pretend to be the thousand-faced scholar? You're courting death." The middle-aged man sitting across from Ling Xiao waved his black fan, and did not say anything. He just sat there with a smile on his face and waited to watch the show. Ling Xiao really wanted to cripple the middle-aged man with one punch. He was clearly the one who was suspicious, but he actually dragged the others into his suspicions. This fellow's schemes were really deep. Ling Xiao calmly poured himself a cup of wine, took a sip and said, "Crazy Taoist, I want your Taoist nun." "Haha, this is a rare dual cultivation companion that I've found. How dare you ask me for it? Even if you're the real thousand-faced scholar, you wouldn't dare to scare me like this. Watch me tear your face off. How dare you lie to us?" The crazy Taoist laughed wildly, and then stretched out his claws to grab Ling Xiao. The crazy Taoist's attack was so fast that Ling Xiao did not dodge. However, just when everyone thought that the crazy Taoist would succeed in one move, unexpectedly, what he caught was not Ling Xiao, but a small dark blue dragon. "What is it?" The crazy Taoist held the blue dragon in his hand and asked in confusion. The next moment, the crazy Taoist felt a huge force in his hand, and his whole body was thrown away by the blue dragon. The crazy Taoist crashed through the wall, leaving a shadow behind. He didn't know where he was thrown to. The expressions of the middle-aged man, the old woman, and the one-eyed old man changed. They looked at the little serpent dragon with confusion and fear. The blue dragon opened its mouth at the 3 of them, but in the end, it ignored them and directly tied itself to Ling Xiao's waist, turning it into a blue belt. "Get out of here, don't disturb my drinking," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Brother Thousand Faces, Why are you like this? It was just a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man took a step away from Ling Xiao and cupped his hands. The old woman also laughed sinisterly. Hey, it was a misunderstanding. It was just a misunderstanding. That crazy Taoist really deserved it. Haha, with Brother Thousand Faces here, the people of the Deity Dao Union won't dare to act recklessly, the one-eyed old man said in a flattering tone. The three of them had already recognized that the blue dragon tied to Ling Xiao's waist was not an ordinary young spirit beast, but a miniature version of the dragon. When the crazy Taoist was sent flying, the aura that the dragon emitted made them feel afraid. This dragon was definitely above the 6th rank. The three of them were at the earthly sovereign realm, and could be considered as a giant crocodile. However, in the face of this flood dragon, they could only fawn over it. They were all wondering when this thousand-faced scholar had subdued such a terrifying flood dragon. Ling Xiao didn't want to get entangled with them, but just as he was about to leave, the sound of musical instruments came from outside. Not long after, 8 women dressed in plain white satin carried a soft couch in the air. Before the soft couch arrived, a fragrant fragrance wafted over, and flower petals fell from the sky. I wonder if it's the Divine Union's mother goddess or daughter goddess? The middle-aged man asked as he stared at the newcomers. The old woman and the one-eyed old man's expressions turned grave. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was filled with doubt. Could the Deity Dao Union's leader be a woman? Poison Emperor, Ghost Woman, and Demon Duke. Why are the three of you harming others here? You must understand that everyone is equal, and we have no right to take the lives of others as we please. The soft couch landed on the ground, and an extremely melodious voice came from behind the screen. So it's the daughter goddess. This person wasn't killed by me. You should be asking them, the middle-aged man said as he cupped his hands. It was as if he was always polite to everyone. Hey, the commoners are like ants. Does the daughter goddess think that they are comparable to us? The old woman replied. Ghost hag, you are wrong. Weren't you a baby without any martial arts when you were born? How were you different from when you were born? That's why I advised the three of you to join the Divine Union and guide the masses. A rebuttal came from within the soft couch. Haha, cut the crap. This time, we are here to enter Gu City. I hope that your Divine Dao Union won't act rashly. Otherwise, we don't mind starting a massacre here, the one-eyed old man replied. Immortal Lady and Immortal Duke, I think Brother Thousand Faces should make the decision. The middle-aged man said to the old woman and the one-eyed old man. The old woman and the one-eyed old man's expressions immediately changed as they replied. That's right, Brother Thousand Faces should make the decision for us and force these Divine Union bastards to not let us enter Gu City. So the Thousand Faces scholar is also here. I wonder where the crazy Taoist went. A graceful voice came from within the soft couch. This Taoist is here. A wild shout came from not far away. It was the old Taoist who had been sent flying by the blue flood dragon earlier. Looking at his sorry state, it was clear that he had suffered a great loss from that attack. The blood on his lips had not even dried yet. Hey, I thought you had already fled, the old woman mocked. The old Taoist glared at the old woman and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Brother Thousand Faces, please forgive me for offending you earlier. Ling Xiao took a sip of wine and ignored the old Taoist. Instead, he looked in the direction of the soft couch and said, I don't think your Divine Dao Union would dare to monopolize the Gu City gathering. Why don't we take the lead? What does the Divine Lady think? The soft couch did not reply immediately. Instead, after a while it said, the monsters in Gu City are rampant, and the Divine Union wants to get rid of them quickly. Since the 5 loose emperors are willing to take the lead, the Divine Union will naturally not obstruct you. However, the Divine Union will definitely not allow the monsters in Gu City to appear. Everyone, please behave yourselves. After saying that, the soft couch rose again and the 8 women soared into the sky like fairies. Damn, they left just like that. Brother Thousand Faces really has a lot of face, the old Taoist flattered Ling Xiao. Isn't that right? Even if the Divine Union Master were to come, Brother Thousand Faces wouldn't be afraid of him, the middle-aged man said. The old woman and the one-eyed old man also spoke respectfully, causing Ling Xiao to feel goosebumps all over his body. Ling Xiao stood up with his hands behind his back and said, "How did you find out that the 2 divine items of the Gu race are in Gu City?" The 4 of them looked at each other in dismay. Then the middle-aged man said, "Brother Thousand Faces didn't come here because you received the news?" "Of course, but I want to know if this is someone's conspiracy," Ling Xiao said, pretending to be profound. When the 4 of them heard this, they first reported, but then they all revealed doubtful expressions. Could it be that someone is really controlling all of this? What's their goal? The middle-aged man asked. "No, this is true. At least one of the 2 divine items of the Gu race is in Gu City," the crazy Taoist said with certainty. This time, it was Ling Xiao's turn to be excited. He asked, "Are you sure?" Chapter 399. The Southern Wasteland Gu clan was once the most glorious and powerful clan. They had always been mysterious. They were good at raising and controlling Gu. They lived on Gu and used Gu as companions. There were 2 divine objects in the clan, which made them extremely powerful. The Heaven Gu divine technique was a divine-level technique passed down by the ancestors of the Gu clan. It was one of the most precious techniques in the world. However, this technique could only be practiced by the Gu clan with the Heaven Gu body. It was useless to others. There was once a genius with the Heaven Gu body, who mastered the Heaven Gu divine technique. The Gu clan was so powerful that even the big clans in the central region had to avoid them. This showed how terrifying the Heaven Gu divine technique was. The Heaven Gu divine cauldron was one of the 9 great cauldrons in the world. It was the divine object of the Gu clan. In addition to being used as a sacrifice to raise Gu, it was also very tempting to alchemists. Any outstanding alchemist would feel that it was the greatest regret in life if they did not have an extraordinary cauldron. Even if they were not alchemists, other warriors would also desire this cauldron. After all, every divine object was extremely precious. Even if they did not use it, they could use it to interact with others and gain more benefits. These 2 divine objects had been lost for many years. It was easier said than done to find them. Ling Xiao's goal in going to the southern wasteland was to find the Heaven Gu divine technique. The high priest had also said that it would be best if he could find the Heaven Gu divine cauldron. He did not have much hope for this trip. After all, the time difference was too long. However, now that he heard the crazy Taoist was so sure that there was a divine object still in Gu City, how could he not be excited? Crazy Taoist nodded and said, 5 years ago, I went to Gu City with an old friend and wanted to enter the city. Although we didn't go in, we found something strange. That night, the moon was very round. My old friend and I didn't dare to go in. When we were about to leave, we smelled a faint strange smell coming from the city. At that time, we thought it was poisonous gas, but it didn't have any effect on us. However, all the poisonous creatures in the mountains around the city crawled into the city. It was really scary. It was the strange smell that attracted them in. When we saw this strange phenomenon, we kept watching for 3 days and 3 nights, but none of the poisonous creatures that went in came out. The demon elder couldn't help but interrupt. Haha, even this strange phenomenon can't prove that the 2 divine objects of the Gu clan are inside. Crazy Taoist glared at Duke Yao and said, I think it might be the divine cauldron of Gu that's being refined. Legend has it that the divine cauldron of Gu is a divine cauldron used to raise poisonous insects. Only the strange smell it emits can attract those poisonous creatures, so I'm sure there's a divine cauldron of Gu City. Based on what you've said, I think it's possible. Poison Scorpion revealed an ecstatic expression. He was a person who loved refining poisons, so this divine Gu cauldron was definitely a divine object to him. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed when he heard this. He wanted to find the Heaven Gu divine technique for the priestess to use to prolong her life. The Heaven Gu divine cauldron was secondary. Hey, that's not right. According to what you're saying, there must be other living people in Gu City. Otherwise, who would be refining the cauldron? Had guessed. That's right. That's what I don't understand. So this time, with so many people going in, I'm going all out. I'm going to have a try, the crazy Taoist said. How about we form an alliance? With Brother Thousand Faces as the leader, we'll have a higher chance of success. Poison Scorpion looked at Ling Xiao and asked. That's right. With Brother Thousand Faces leading us, even the Deity Dao Union's people would have to retreat. The crazy Taoist immediately agreed. Ha ha ha, we have no objections. Hag and Duke Yao exchanged glances and said in unison. Ling Xiao took another sip of wine and said, Why should I be with you? Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Brother Thousand Faces, you can't say that. Now that many factions have gathered, they think they're righteous and want to get rid of us as soon as possible. If we don't unite, we'll be defeated by them one by one. Now that we trust Brother Thousand Faces, we're asking you to temporarily lead us to Gu City. Who knows, Brother Thousand Faces might need our help at that time, Poison Scorpion said. Aside from Brother Thousand Faces, I trust everyone else, the crazy Taoist said from the side. The hag and Duke Yao also nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, I'll reluctantly go with you. However, you have to listen to my instructions on the way there. Whoever dares to go alone, hee. Don't blame me for being ruthless, Ling Xiao said as he licked his lips and revealed a ferocious expression. The four of them shivered and nodded at the same time. They were not afraid of what Ling Xiao would do to them. Instead, they were afraid of the flood dragon that seemed to have fallen asleep. Where will the Deity Dao Union's people set off in 5 days? Ling Xiao asked. 2 kilometers from the east gate of the city, Poison Scorpion replied. Good, then we'll set off together in 5 days, Ling Xiao said. Then he added, Remember, my name is Ling Xiao now. Don't forget it. After saying that, he walked over and carried Fairy Kai on his shoulder before leaving. The crazy Taoist revealed an expression of pity, but he did not dare to stop them. That earlier fling was still fresh in his memory. This thousand-faced scholar seems to have changed a lot, Poison Scorpion said doubtfully. Who cares? When we get to Gu City, we'll let him take care of it for us first, the crazy Taoist said unhappily. His figure flashed and he quickly left. Immortal Lady and Immortal Duke, I'm leaving too. See you in 5 days. Poison Scorpion cupped his hands towards the hag and Duke Yao, then took a strange step and disappeared in a few steps. Ling Xiao quickly carried the soft body back to the inn. His room was still occupied by Xian Yao, so he could only ask for another room. He threw Fairy Kai onto the soft bed and smiled. Fairy Kai, we meet again. I didn't expect us to be so fated. At this moment, although Fairy Kai had a somewhat distressed appearance, it added a touch of lovely charm to her peerless appearance, causing Ling Xiao's index finger to twitch. He could not help but think back to when he attacked her chest in Nantian City. That felt really good. Kill me if you can, or I won't let you off even if I become a ghost, Fairy Kai said angrily, her eyes filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. At the same time, her eyes gradually became hazy and her breathing became more rapid. Her hands unnaturally fumbled with her clothes. Her soul had already been injured in Nantian City. She originally wanted to use the spirit-nourishing grass to repair her soul, but unexpectedly, Ling Xiao had interfered and auctioned the spirit-nourishing grass, making it impossible for her to recover from her injuries. Later, she wanted to snatch the spirit-nourishing grass, but unfortunately, she was not Ling Xiao's opponent. She could only retreat and find another way to heal her injuries. Later, she went to the Spirit Herb Hall and some Spirit Herb Exchange to find some low-level spirit herbs that could repair her injuries. Unfortunately, that only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. Sooner or later, it would affect her cultivation. She decided to enter the Barbarian region to try her luck and see if she could find high-level spirit herbs that could repair the soul. However, she encountered the crazy Taoist and was caught by him. Fortunately, the crazy Taoist did not do anything to her immediately. Instead, he wanted to force her to willingly become his Dao companion and practice dual cultivation together. In the past few days, the crazy Taoist had rushed to Divine Dao City and forced the dual cultivation method into her mind along the way. The crazy Taoist no longer had the patience to wait for her to comply, so he had already fed her a spirit herb called the passion flower. This was a rare type of 5th-rank high-rank spirit herb, and it could gradually make a woman become confused and infatuated. At first, the speed of the passion flower's aphrodisiac was not fast, and it would only become violent after half a day. In addition to arousing desire, the The woman who consumed the passion flower would lose her chastity to the man she was with. She would uncontrollably like him. The crazy Taoist wanted to use the passion flower to unite with Fairy Kai and practice dual cultivation with her in the future. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know about this. He saw that Fairy Kai was actually taking off her clothes, and the sparkling skin under the satin gradually revealed itself. Don't tempt me like this. This young master is very pure," Ling Xiao said as he covered his face with his hands. He thought that Fairy Kai was seducing him so that she could use some kind of trick to escape. There was no deep hatred between Ling Xiao and Fairy Kai. He had only brought her back on a spur-of-the-moment impulse. He did not want her to do that with that fat old Taoist. This Taoist nun was truly beautiful. Her mature femininity made Ling Xiao infatuated. He had brought her back because he wanted to tame her and make her his personal maid. In any case, he was away from home without a woman by his side. That kind of loneliness was unbearable. It was undeniable that Ling Xiao was a playboy, but not just any woman could move his heart. He did not have true feelings for Fairy Kai, but rather a strong desire to possess her. If she refused no matter what, he might really let her go. However, the chances of this happening were quite small. Hot. So hot. The love poison in Fairy Kai's body began to flare up. Her entire body felt like it was difficult to endure, and her hands unconsciously tugged at her clothes. In an instant, her snow-white shoulders were exposed, and the pink robe on her body was revealed. Her towering sacred peaks protruded like two ballet points, causing one's blood to boil. Ling Xiao slightly opened his fingers and looked at the half-naked beauty. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his Adam's apple kept rolling. A few days ago, he had carelessly lost his chastity to two barbarian women in the Tai Lei tribe. At the time, he felt that he had no choice. Now that he was completely sober and there was such a beauty in front of him, he would not be a man if he was not tempted. "Don't tempt me anymore." Ling Xiao moved his hands away from his face and snorted at Fairy Kai. His eyes seemed to desire to see through the rest of her clothes. Fairy Kai's eyes were mesmerized and she softly moaned. She crawled over to Ling Xiao and hugged Ling Xiao's waist. She licked Ling Xiao's neck and said, "So hot. I want bang." These words ruthlessly smashed into Ling Xiao's heart, shattering his originally weak defenses. "Damn, you forced this young master. You have to take responsibility for this young master after this, or else I don't want to live." Ling Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. His body trembled, and his clothes were torn to shreds. He flipped over and fiercely pushed down the beauty in his arms. Chapter 400. A moment of spring night was worth 1,000 gold. The sky gradually brightened, and only then did the battle stop. Late in the morning, when noon arrived, Ling Xiao gradually woke up. Just as he opened his eyes, a beautiful face appeared in front of him. That pair of beautiful eyes stared at him without blinking. Ling Xiao shrunk back and hurriedly said, Last night, I was forced you. Don't act recklessly." It had to be said that Ling Xiao's skin was thick to the extreme. To actually say such shameless words. Fairy Kai's eyes revealed a faint trace of confusion. She then leaned her head on Ling Xiao's sturdy chest and said, "From now on, I'm your woman, don't ever want me." There was an indescribable sense of pity in her voice. Ling Xiao's heart fiercely clenched, his palm gently caressed the already fallen Fairy Kai and said, "That's right, you are already this young master's woman." After last night, Ling Xiao confirmed that Fairy Kai was definitely poisoned. Otherwise, with her virgin body, how could she be tossed around so crazily? He originally wanted to possess Fairy Kai, but now he felt a bit more pity for her. Women who kept their chastity like jade were often the most loved by men. Ling Xiao gave Fairy Kai a pill to recover from his injuries, and hugged her for an entire day. He also listened to her talk about her pitiful life. Fairy Kai's original name was Kai Xiaoyu. She had been an abandoned orphan since she was young. She was adopted by a family since she was young, and when she was 5 years old, she was discovered by her master and accepted as a disciple. After learning for more than 10 years, her master brought her to the savage region to train. She mistakenly entered the territory of a high-grade spirit beast, and was almost devoured by it. Fortunately, Her master saved her in time. However, because of this, her master was seriously injured and passed away not long after. At this moment, she was all alone again. She thought of her adoptive parents who had taken her in. However, when she returned to her hometown, she found that her adoptive parents had already been killed by the roving bandits. Therefore, she hated those roving bandits very much. Once she encountered them, she would kill them without saying a word. Thus, she was given the nickname Blood Azura by others. Later on, as her strength grew, so did her fame. Many people were afraid of her fame, and on the surface, they called her Kai Fairy, and didn't dare call her Blood Azura. All these years, she had been living alone. Now that she had lost her chastity to Ling Xiao and had the love knot flower in her body, she had developed a strong sense of dependence on Ling Xiao. She longed for someone to care for her and love her. She did not want to be alone anymore. Ling Xiao hugged her tightly and comforted her. From now on, you have another me. Yes, you are my husband. I will follow you for the rest of my life. Kai Xiayue replied softly and buried her head deeper. She felt that this feeling was very good and warm. By the way, how do you feel now? That old guy didn't do anything to you, did he? Ling Xiao asked nervously. Kai Xiayue said. He only imprisoned my cultivation, nothing else. However, my sea of consciousness and soul were injured, and my strength was greatly damaged. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to advance in this lifetime. Don't be sad. Your husband is a 5th-rank alchemist. Your husband can cure your insignificant injuries, and I will also help you reach a higher level, Ling Xiao said with a sigh of relief. You are also a 5th-rank alchemist? Kai Xiayue was surprised. Of course, your husband is an omnipotent and absolute genius. I have to say that you have an excellent eye for people. You are lucky to push your husband down. Ling Xiao said very cockily. Kai Xiayue's beautiful eyes flashed with lotuses, and she said, Husband, you are amazing. By the way, your husband can also keep you beautiful forever and never age. Ling Xiao thought of the 10,000-year-old pearl again, and took it out of the obsidian cauldron. Wow, so beautiful. Kai Xiayue praised in surprise. Even though she was already a few dozen years old, she was absolutely an extraordinary genius to a high-level king-rank expert. She still maintained the appearance of a young woman in her 20s, and she didn't seem old in the slightest. This was inseparable from the fact that she'd always maintained her youthful appearance. Any woman wanted to preserve their youth for the rest of their lives, but unfortunately, time spared no one. Although she could still maintain her beautiful appearance now. What about 100 years later? Could she still be as beautiful as she was now? But the 10,000-year-old pearl that Ling Xiao had taken out was not only beautiful, but also a peerless treasure that could preserve one's youthful appearance. It was extremely tempting to any woman. Originally, Kai Xiayue still had a little bit of resistance against Ling Xiao, but from this moment on, she unreservedly belonged to him. After taking the 10,000-year-old pearl, Kai Xiayue instantly blossomed with a golden glow. Her skin became as tender as a newborn baby's, and her appearance was even more lively. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Ling Xiao held this peerless beauty in his arms, and his passion rose again. He couldn't help but charge forward again. It was already the 3rd day since they had arrived at Divine Dao City, and Xian Yao had also successfully broken through. Waha, I'm finally a king-class expert. I've been waiting for this day for more than 20 years. It's really F***king hard. Xian Yao appeared in front of Ling Xiao and laughed wildly, but in the next moment he was dumbfounded. He saw that Ling Xiao had an indescribably charming and alluring woman in his arms, and he was dumbfounded. I say, you're asking for a beating, right? How can you stare at your sister-in-law like that? How uncultured. Ling Xiao said to Xian Yao as he kicked him. Heavens! This is too unreasonable. Why is she by your side? Xian Yao pulled at his hair and yelled in jealousy. Didn't I say that this was my luck with women? She followed me all the way here, and I couldn't stop her even if I wanted to, so I could only reluctantly accept her. Remember, don't pull your eyes out, or I'll dig them out. Ling Xiao said very proudly. Xian Yao sighed softly and said, You're really born to be in love with women. Why didn't I have such a fate? It's really bitter. I can't help it. I have a good character. Ling Xiao was determined to beat Xian Yao to the end, and a spring breeze was written on his face. Forget it. Is there any news about the Heaven Gu divine technique? Xian Yao went straight to the point. At this point, Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire this quack's ability. When Xian Yao and Ling Xiao first arrived in Divine Dao City, he wanted to drag him out for a stroll, saying that there was a great opportunity to find clues about the Heaven Gu divine technique. Later, he went to the restaurant and found out that many forces in the southern wasteland wanted to attack Gu City together. He also learned from crazy Taoists that there might really be a Heaven Gu divine cauldron in Gu City. Although Xian Yao's words weren't completely correct, he guessed most of it. Is this guy really the #1 divine fortune teller of the Xuanji sect? Ling Xiao couldn't help but reconsider the meaning of Xian Yao's words. 2 days later, 5 miles away from the east gate of the city. We'll go there with many forces, Ling Xiao replied. Xian Yao revealed a thoughtful expression, and his fingers randomly pinched a few times. He said solemnly, "This trip doesn't bode well for you. Do you want to consider it carefully?" Ling Xiao revealed a confident smile and said, "For Yin, I have no other choice. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of oil, I won't even frown. Moreover, this young master has always been blessed with good fortune. How can Emir Gu City keep this young master?" Xian Yao nodded with satisfaction and said, "Misfortune and fortune go hand in hand. With your undying cockroach fate, I expect you to be able to turn misfortune into fortune, and find the divine technique to return." What life providence of an undying cockroach? Your analogy is 2F** ket up. You should say that I'm the life providence of the true dragon son of heaven. Ling Xiao corrected angrily. Oh right, has Senior Nangong returned yet? Xian Yao changed the topic. Not yet, he might be back today. It's all thanks to him leading the way. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly, Ling Xiao replied. Xian Yao revealed a thoughtful expression, and didn't say anything else. Sure enough, at noon, Nangong Lai finally appeared. If you want to go to Gu City, then set off now. Many factions are rushing over today. Nangong Lai said directly. Ling Xiao and Xian Yao were flabbergasted. Weren't they supposed to gather in 2 days? Nangong Lai didn't explain. He turned around and rushed over first. Ling Xiao and Xian Yao didn't dare to delay. They brought Kai Xiayue and the Demon Emperor, and rushed to the east gate of the city. Indeed, not far from the city, a large number of experts had already gathered. These people were all at least king stage and above, and the leader was at least monarch stage. These factions were divided into 4 major factions. The strongest were 15 black-clothed men with hoods over their heads. There were 7 monarch stage and 8 king stage. Their strength was comparable to a rank 8 sect. They were surrounded by thick dark attributed spiritual energy. With one glance, one could tell that they were from the Demon Shadow sect. The second faction was the Deity Dao Union. There were also 15 of them, 7 men and 8 women. There were 6 monarch stage and 9 king stage. One of them was a peak earthly sovereign, the Deity Dao Union's vice alliance leader. The third faction was the Noble Clan Alliance. The representatives of the Tang, Xian, Nangong, and Ouyang noble clans had gathered together. There were a total of 22 people. There were 6 monarch stage and 16 king stage. The fourth faction was a group of loose cultivators, and the Mercenary Alliance. They were actually led by Nangong Lai. There were a total of 4 monarch stage and 20 king stage. They were the largest group. Originally, Nangong Lai wanted to ask Ling Xiao to join his faction. Who knew that Ling Xiao would reject him? This made Nangong Lai feel very confused. We're not late, are we? As ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, 2 figures landed in front of the crowd. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They had all recognized who these 2 people were. "Stop yelling and get over here," an unhappy voice called out. Everyone looked towards the voice. They were all thinking, who dares to speak to the ghost hag fiend like this? He must be tired of living. They all thought that the ghost hag fiend would definitely kill that person. Who could have expected that the next moment would make their jaws drop? "Ha ha ha, brother Ling, we'll be right there," the ghost hag fiend replied. her but trembled as she arrived in front of a young man in his early 20s. She actually had a respectful expression on her face. They were all famous people who didn't know how terrifying the ghost hag-fiend couple was. They were all temperamental and evil people. Their wives always followed their husbands. They had never heard of them selling out to anyone. Who was this young man in front of them? How could he make them so respectful? Chapter 401. The Ghost Hag and Demon Duke were two of the southern wasteland's 5 great evildoers. Their strength was terrifying, and their personalities were cruel and evil. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless people, and they were people that everyone wanted to get rid of. However, those who wanted to kill them had all gone to see the King of Hell. No one would have thought that they would be so respectful to a person, and an unknown young man at that. Aside from his handsome looks, his king stage strength was also extraordinary. However, it didn't seem possible for these two to be so respectful to him, right? Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, an unpleasant smell wafted over. A monarch stage expert from a powerful clan quickly shouted, "Quick, take the antidote pill. Poison Scorpion is here." None of the demon shadow sex people showed any signs of being poisoned. They cultivated the dark element, which allowed them to devour poisonous gas to nourish themselves and strengthen their spiritual energy. The Deity Dao Alliance's Vice Alliance Master had discovered it long ago and isolated his people, so they weren't affected by the poison. Only the 4 great clans and the loose cultivators were affected the most. The weaker king stage experts immediately felt dizzy, and their expressions became extremely unsightly. They all took the antidote and sat down cross-legged to force out the poison. Unfortunately, the poison was too strong, and they couldn't help but groan in pain. Some of them even fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. At this moment, a middle-aged man waved a black fan and walked through the air. He looked indescribably handsome. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Poison Scorpion cupped his hands and greeted everyone politely. "Poison Scorpion, quickly take out the antidote, or this old man won't let you off." An Ouyang clan Earthly Emperor shouted at Poison Scorpion. An Earthly Emperor from the Tang clan also shouted, "Old Poison, now that we're about to set off, do you really want to fight us? Quickly take out the antidote." Nangong Lai took a step forward, and a powerful brilliance of fire appeared. He said coldly, "Take out the antidote." Although Nangong Lai didn't bring his Inferno mercenaries, he was the leader of these loose cultivators and mercenaries. Naturally, he had to stand up for them. "Everyone, there's no need to get angry. If we can't even withstand a mere poison gas, then what's the point of rushing to Gu City and throwing our lives away? We might as well stay here and live a few more years." Poison Scorpion replied calmly, as if he wasn't afraid of anyone. "You are courting death." Nangong Lai furrowed his brows for a moment and shouted. Then he sent a fist that carried an intense fiery aura towards Poison Scorpion. "If you want to fight, I, Crazy Taoist, will help you double." A whistling sound came from not far away, and an earthen yellow shadow of a foot stomped towards Nangong Lai. Nangong Lai had no choice but to change the direction of his fist. His fiery fist collided with the yellow footprints. Rumble. The 2 powerful auras collided with each other, emitting a deafening explosion. The Lai Emperor lives up to his reputation. "Take another of my palms." The voice in the air sounded again, and a huge yellow palm print pressed down on Nangong Lai like a mountain. "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Nangong Lai snorted coldly. His whole body bounced up like an arrow released from a bowstring. A scorching giant fist, like a roaring fire dragon, fiercely hit the mountain. There was another shocking explosion, and the people below scattered far away. Nangong Lai and that person looked at each other from afar. His eyes were filled with indifference as he said, "Crazy Taoist, don't think that I really don't dare to kill you." The person who came was Crazy Taoist. He held a Daoist whisk in his hand, and carried a long sword on his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he gave off an indescribable feeling of transcendence. "Lai Emperor, how arrogant. Even if you can kill me, you will have to pay a heavy price. If you don't believe me, you can try." Crazy Taoist was not afraid to face Nangong Lai. "Crazy Taoist, come down. Why do you have to make things difficult for Brother Nangong? Poison Scorpion said while waving his black fan. Poison Scorpion, if you don't give us the antidote, we will not rest until you are dead. The Tang clan's earthly sovereign took a step forward and shouted. Following that, the other 3 clans each sent out an earthly sovereign, surrounding Poison Scorpion. Relying on numbers to bully us. Crazy Taoist quickly landed in front of Poison Scorpion and shouted at the people of the 4 great clans. For a moment, the scene became tense. The people of the Devil Shadow sect and the Deity Dao Union looked at them mockingly and did not say anything to stop them. Just when they were about to make a move, a young man took a few steps forward and said indifferently, "You don't have to do this. Let's set off later. Peace is the most important thing. Brother Poison Emperor, please give them the antidote." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on the person who spoke. Who was this expert who came out to be the peacemaker? Unexpectedly, they saw that it was the young man in his early 20s. This made their eyes filled with extreme disdain. Who else could this young man be but Ling Xiao? This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. The Ouyang clan's earthly sovereign shouted at Ling Xiao in annoyance. How could a mere king stage cultivator like you interfere with the matters of the 6 emperor stage cultivators? You really overestimate yourself. Since Brother Ling has spoken, I will naturally obey. Poison Scorpion cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and replied. Immediately after, Poison Scorpion opened his mouth and took a deep breath. A few strands of black gas appeared on the Poison King stage cultivators and quickly flew into his mouth. When the black gas left their bodies, the King stage cultivators' pain was instantly relieved. Everyone looked at Poison Scorpion in confusion. He actually listened to the young man's orders? Nangong Lai, who was not far away, looked at Ling Xiao with a much more complicated gaze. It was as if he could not see through Ling Xiao's background. Could he really be a disciple of the rank 8 Purple Sky sect? All of you get out of the way. Crazy Taoist shouted at the earthly sovereigns of the 4 great clans. He then walked over to Ling Xiao's side and smiled. Brother Ling, how have you been? His smile had a hint of flattery, and he no longer had that arrogant and haughty attitude from before. Poison Scorpion also walked in front of Ling Xiao and glanced at the beautiful Kai Sheyue beside Ling Xiao. He smiled and said, Brother Ling is really lucky. I am so envious of you. With Brother Poison King style, who knows how many beauties will throw themselves at you? What is there to be envious of? Ling Xiao replied. He then pointed at Xian Yao and the Demon Emperor and introduced them. He is my new little brother, Trickster. This is my servant, Housekeeper Zhao. You must take good care of them during the operation. Ghost Hag, Poison Scorpion, and Crazy Taoist all looked at Xian Yao and the Demon Emperor. When they saw that Xian Yao was only a beginner king stage cultivator, they all revealed looks of disdain. But when they saw the Demon Emperor, their expressions changed to one of shock. The Demon Emperor looked at them with disdain, and no longer paid them any attention. A servant of a middle stage Earth Sovereign? This question popped up in the minds of all 4 of them. It was as if a storm was set off in their hearts. The 4 of them had mistaken Ling Xiao for the Thousand-Faced Scholar. The Thousand-Faced Scholar's strength was similar to theirs, but now that they saw that Ling Xiao was only a king stage cultivator, they felt that the Thousand-Faced Scholar had already stepped into the half-venerable stage before them. Moreover, he had a level 6 Flood Dragon as his companion. This made them very wary of Ling Xiao. Now that they saw that Ling Xiao had brought a servant of a mid-stage Earth Emperor, they were even more convinced that the Thousand-Faced Scholar had already stepped into the half-venerable stage. Otherwise, how could he have taken in such a powerful servant? They were now even more afraid of Ling Xiao. It wasn't just the 4 of them. Even the 4 forces at the side were curious about Ling Xiao's identity. Who was this young man to be able to make the 4 villains fawn and respect him so much? Only a venerable stage expert would have such a deterrent effect. Could this young man be an outstanding talent of a great sect or ancient clan in the central region? But even so, these 4 villains might not be able to lower themselves to fawn over him, right? They thought doubtfully. At this moment, the leader of the Magic Shadow sect swept his gaze over the crowd and said in a hoarse voice, Since everyone is here, let's set off. However, the Deity Dao Union's masked Vice Alliance Master said indifferently, there's no rush. There's still one more person who hasn't arrived. The leader of the Magic Shadow Sect snorted disdainfully. It doesn't matter if someone unimportant comes or not. Are you talking about me? A dignified voice came from all directions. The voice was ethereal, and no one knew where it came from. The leader of the Magic Shadow Sect suddenly raised his head and shouted, hiding your head but showing your tail. You're seeking death. As he spoke, he opened his hand, and a black cloud surged out in all directions without any wind. Ignorant Junior, even if your clan head was here, he would not dare to be so impudent to this old man. An incomparably dignified voice came from the air, and a ball of fiery light burned the black cloud away. A figure sitting on a fire luan broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. The fire luan screeched and flapped its flaming wings. This fire luan was a medial rank 6 fire-attributed spirit beast. It had the bloodline of the undying phoenix, a spirit beast of the same rank as the flood dragon. In the future, it would have a chance of becoming a rank 8 spirit beast. An old man sat on the fire luan. This old man sat cross-legged on the fire luan. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was calm. He had the air of an immortal. When everyone saw this old man, they all revealed expressions of shock. Everyone immediately bowed to the old man on the fire luan and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Alchemist." Even the people of the Magic Shadow Sect and the Deity Dao Union were no exception. Only Ling Xiao, Kai Sheyue, Xian Yao, and the Demon Emperor did not move. The Demon Emperor secretly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. This is a venerable realm expert. Ling Xiao was shocked, and he thought to himself, no wonder his deterrence is so strong. Whether it was in the northwest or the southern wasteland, celestial venerables were like lofty gods that people looked up to and revered. In the vast northwest, only the 3 rank 7 sects had venerables. Before this, Ling Xiao had seen the Dong family's patriarch, a celestial venerable, for the first time in Nantian City. The might of the Dong family's patriarch was still vivid in his mind. That might that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and split mountains and split the earth was simply omnipotent and shocking in all directions. He did not expect that going to Gu City would actually alarm a venerable realm expert. He felt even more uncertain in his heart. He was going to Gu City to look for the heavenly Gu divine technique, and the purpose of these people was naturally for the 2 divine items of the Gu race. Originally, he was already insignificant in front of so many experts. Now that another celestial venerable had come, he felt even more pressure. Chapter 402. 500 years ago, Danchen Dao was an outstanding talent in the southern wasteland. He was born in a small clan in a small city. As he was born of a concubine, he did not have any status in the clan. He was not valued or nurtured by the clan. He was born stubborn, and was not willing to be manipulated by fate. He left the clan, and went around to learn from masters. Unfortunately, he was not talented and was thought to be not suitable for cultivation. No one took him in. He was shunned everywhere and was mocked. He had no master. In the end, he was taken in as a disciple by a loose cultivator. That loose cultivator was a famous rank 4 alchemist in the southern wasteland. Unfortunately, he had a good master. Danchen Dao made up for his lack of talent with diligence. He tried his best to prove that he was not completely useless. His master saw that he was determined and that he was about to die. Thus, he took out treasures that he had kept for many years to reconstruct his meridians, and unearthed his wisdom and potential. At that time, he was already 20 years old. It could be said that he had passed the best cultivation period. However, he was not discouraged. Every day, other than learning alchemy, he would cultivate with all his might. When his master passed away, he was only a profound realm cultivator. At that time, he was already 30 years old. If it were someone else, they would definitely lose confidence in the path of cultivation. However, he did not give up. He continued to cultivate and concoct pills every day. Later, when he was 40 years old, he went to the wasteland to search for spirit herbs. He was chased by spirit beasts and accidentally fell into a secret realm. From then on, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. When he was 50 years old, he became a king and a rank 3 alchemist. He started to show his talent in the southern wasteland. When he was 100 years old, he stepped into the Earth's sovereign realm and became a rank 5 alchemist. He started to become a big shot in the southern wasteland. Now that 500 years had passed, he had become a celestial venerable. At the same time, he became the top alchemist of the northwestern and southern wasteland. A rank 6 alchemist was a respected person that people looked up to no matter where they went. Even the Demon Shadow Sect's master and the Deity Dao Alliance's master had to be respectful to him. Danshan Dao sat on a fire lawn. He coldly looked at the Demon Shadow Sect's leader who had collided with him and said, "You want to kill me?" Right after he said that, the Demon Shadow Sect's leader was sent flying dozens of meters away by a formless pressure. He vomited a mouthful of blood. "Let me teach you a lesson. Don't be so arrogant," said Danshan Dao indifferently. The leader of the Devil Shadow Sect climbed to his feet and cupped his hands towards Danshan. "Thank you, Grandmaster Dan, for showing mercy." Danshan didn't even look at him. He closed his eyes and said, "Let's go." After saying that, the fire Luan flapped its wings and disappeared into the sky with a gorgeous ray of light. The people of the Demon Shadow Sect and the Deity Dao Union started to move. 15 huge black bats appeared in front of the 15 Devil Shadow Sect members. This was a rank 4 advanced dark attribute spirit beast. It was ferocious, bloodthirsty, and extremely fast. The 15 of them jumped onto the black bat and flew towards the horizon. On the Deity Dao Union's side, 15 azure winged wind eagles appeared. It was also a 4th tier wind attribute spirit beast, and it flew as fast as lightning. The Deity Dao Union's people all rode on their eagles to give chase. Everyone else summoned their flying spirit beasts and set foot on the road to Gu City. The ghost hag fiend couple rode on a 2-headed flying snake. The 2-headed flying snake was a rank 5 inferior grade flying snake. It had 2 snake heads and 2 attributes. Its body was more than 20 meters long. When it soared into the sky, it looked like a flood dragon. It hissed ferociously, scaring some of the low-ranked flying spirit beasts into hiding. Poison Scorpion was riding on a Type 5 mid-stage 4-winged Scorpion King, its brown cicada wings emitting a strange sound, as a black poisonous fog spread out in all directions, causing the others to be unable to dodge in time. In order to avoid being poisoned, Crazy Taoist rode on an Earth-Eye Eagle, a rank 5 inferior grade spirit beast that he had subdued not long ago. The eagle's eyes could send out waves of elemental attacks, causing people to fall into a deep sleep and lose their ability to defend. Ling Xiao and Kai Xiuyue rode on her 5-colored divine bird. Xian Yao and the demon emperor rode on the bald lion eagle given to them by the Tiela tribe. "Why doesn't Brother Ling ride his own mount?" Poison Scorpion asked out of curiosity. Crazy Taoist said from the side, "That's right. If Brother Ling rides, that Dan Chun and the Fire Luan will have to retreat." "Ha ha ha. That's right, the ghost hag demon duke echoed. "I've always been a low-key person. Leave such flashy things to the younger generation." Ling Xiao brushed away the scattered hair on his forehead and said in an extremely carefree manner, "Brother Ling is right." Poison Scorpion said with a slightly surprised expression. He had already guessed that Ling Xiao must have kept this as his last resort, which was why he didn't let others know. Poison Scorpion now felt that the thousand-faced scholar in front of him was much more shrewd than he had imagined. Ling Xiao stood on the bird's back and looked into the distant horizon. He thought to himself, "Gu City, I'm coming. Don't let me return empty-handed." Gu City was surrounded by majestic mountains and lofty ridges. The trees were lush, and there were hundreds of herbs and spirit flowers everywhere. Low-rank spirit beasts roared and cried. When a group of high-rank spirit beasts and powerful human martial artists flew across the sky, the spirit beasts were so frightened that they ran away in all directions. The Fire Luan in the lead, which flew like a fiery meteor, displayed supreme might. Wherever it went, the clouds dissipated, and the flames flickered. The 15 black bats behind it spread their wings and covered the sky. Their fierce eyes were like lightning, and their fangs were bloodthirsty. They were like demons flying through the sky. The other 15 green-winged wind eagles stirred up a grade 8 gale, which caused the towering trees to sway and fall. The various flying spirit beasts at the end also had extraordinary auras, and they were doing their best to chase after the fire Luan in the lead. Behind them was a 5-colored divine bird that flew in a tepid manner. It released strands of multicolored light, which was extremely attractive. On top of the divine bird, a young man and woman were snuggling together. They seemed so affectionate. I'll teach you the mnemonic to recover your soul power. Once you've recovered your strength, I'll help you break through to the Earth's sovereign realm, Ling Xiao said as he held Kai Xiaoyu in his arms. Is there really a technique to recover the soul? Without the help of spirit herbs? Kai Xiaoyu asked in astonishment. Of course, I, your husband, am a genius. How difficult is it for me to recover from a small injury to the soul? Ling Xiao said in an extremely arrogant manner. Then, he passed the mnemonic to Kai Xiaoyu, the healing mnemonic of the soul-controlling art. Although the soul-controlling art was only 1/3 complete, it had a healing mnemonic. Every time Ling Xiao's spiritual sea was emptied, he would use the soul-controlling art to recover his divine power. The soul was the entirety of the spiritual sea. Ling Xiao only needed to pass on the healing mnemonic to her, and she would naturally be able to gradually recover. Kai Xiaoyu's memory was amazing. Ling Xiao had only said the mnemonic twice, and she had already memorized it. The journey to Gu City would take half a month. Kai Xiaoyu spent the first 3 days to recover her soul power, and her strength returned to the peak of the king stage. The reason why her recovery was slow was because she hadn't learned the soul-controlling art. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. I've finally recovered completely. It seems that my soul power has also strengthened a lot. Kai Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes bloomed with brilliance. It's good that you've recovered. Do you have the confidence to break through to the monarch stage? Ling Xiao asked. Kai Xiaoyu was surprised and asked, Can I really break through to the monarch stage? Of course, your husband is omnipotent. Ling Xiao touched Kai Xiaoyu's chest and said in an extremely wretched manner. Kai Xiaoyu fell into Ling Xiao's arms and said, My strength is still lacking some accumulation, but my comprehension of spiritual energy is still okay. Is this really okay? If your husband says it's okay, then it's okay. Let's first let your strength reach the peak of the king stage, Ling Xiao said as he scratched Kai Xiaoyu's nose. He was now more and more fond of this obedient and charming woman. Looking at her mature body, he often couldn't help but go berserk. If they weren't hurrying along the way, he would have pounced on her and done her on the spot. Ling Xiao handed a bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion to Kai Xiaoyu and said, Drink it obediently. It can help me reach the Earth Emperor stage? Kai Xiaoyu asked with a doubtful look. Of course not, but it should be able to help you reach the peak of the king stage, and it will also cleanse your body again, Ling Xiao replied. Kai Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes lit up as she took the bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion. As soon as she opened it, a pure and vast energy spread out. This is top-grade stone emulsion. Kai Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. Not far from Ling Xiao, the ghost woman, poison scorpion, and the mad Taoist couldn't help but look at Kai Xiaoyu, their eyes full of burning desire. Ha ha ha, it's the taste of top-grade stone emulsion. What pure energy! The ghost woman and the demon man cried out in unison. Poison scorpion and the mad Taoist swallowed their saliva, looking as if they wanted to snatch it and swallow it. Xian Yao snorted in jealousy and said, Too shameful. He's actually using such a top-grade thing to pick up girls. You're really giving it to me? Kai Xiaoyu asked in disbelief. Because of the love-knot flower, she had lost her chastity to Ling Xiao. Now her whole body and mind were inclined towards Ling Xiao, but her mind and experience were not affected in the slightest. Of course, she knew the preciousness of this top-grade stone emulsion. It must be known that in the Dong family's auction, a few drops of ordinary stone emulsion were sold for sky-high prices. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so generous as to give her such a small bottle of it. Ling Xiao glanced at the greedy people and said with a chuckle, I went through a lot of hardships to get this from a dangerous cave. There are only 3 bottles. I've taken one, and now I'll give you another. I still have one left, so you can rest assured and drink it. Thank you, husband, you're too kind to me. When Kai Xiaoyu heard that Ling Xiao had taken one bottle, and there was still one left, she immediately happily accepted Ling Xiao's gift. Then, she passionately kissed Ling Xiao's face to show her inner excitement. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well to? You're my wife, Ling Xiao said with infinite tenderness. Kai Xiaoyu calmed her mind, adjusted her state of mind, and poured the bottle of 10,000 years stone emulsion into her mouth. Not far from her, Ghost Woman, Demon Duke, Poison Scorpion, and Crazy Taoist all had pained expressions. This 10,000 years stone emulsion had the effect of washing the marrows and meridians of martial artists below the mystic Tharch stage. Ghost Woman, Demon Duke, Poison Scorpion, and Crazy Taoist all wanted to wash the filth in their bodies again and reconstruct their meridians. As long as they did this, they would definitely step into the venerable stage in the future. To reach the venerable stage, they needed to comprehend the energy of heaven and earth and comprehend their own small world. Perhaps they would successfully break through under some kind of opportunity, or they might be stuck at the peak of the monarch stage for the rest of their lives. Although this 10,000 years stone emulsion couldn't allow them to comprehend the heaven and earth, it could allow them to wash their marrows and meridians again, allowing their tenbin to improve again. This would definitely greatly improve their comprehension. Chapter 403. Above the sky, a dense mass of flying spirit beasts formed a canopy that covered the sky. A multicolored divine bird blossomed with golden rays of light, as dazzling as a golden sun. A powerful force spread out, shaking the surrounding clouds and causing them to dissipate. Many people sitting on flying spirit beasts were attracted by the powerful aura and looked back. That girl is somewhat tenbin. She was actually able to make a breakthrough under such circumstances. The day of her becoming an emperor is not far away. This woman is known as Blood Azura, and is famous for killing people without batting an eye. She has only been in the world for 20 years, but she has already gained some fame. I've never heard of her having a cultivation partner, but now she's attached to a low-level monarch. It's really a pity. Don't you think that young man is very strange? He actually made 4 of the 5 great villains listen to him. I really don't know where he came from. Does he really have some kind of powerful background? The Demon Lady, Poison Scorpion, and Crazy Taoist are all arrogant and unruly people. It's hard to believe that they would be willing to submit to someone else. If that thousand-faced scholar was here, would he also listen to that young man's orders? If he dares to participate in this operation, he must have something to rely on. Maybe that mid-level monarch near him is the 1,000-year scholar in disguise. If that's the case, then the 5 great villains are all gathered together. Could it be that they originally came from the same place, and that young man is the successor of that place? That's why they listened to him. Could it be a hidden force that is comparable to a powerful force like the Demon Sect or the Divine Union? The independent cultivators and the people from the aristocratic families were all speculating about Kai Xiaoyu and Ling Xiao in a low voice. Not far from Ling Xiao, the 4 great villains didn't pay attention to their thoughts. They saw that Kai Xiaoyu's strength really increased after taking the 10,000-year stone milk, and her whole person seemed to be full of vitality. They were already completely sure that what Ling Xiao had taken out was definitely a top-grade stone milk. The 4 of them were tempted. Snatch it? This really wouldn't work. Beg him? What was the use? Who would give such a precious thing to an outsider? Barter it. However, what they could offer in exchange was limited. The 10,000-year stone emulsion was a divine liquid between heaven and earth. It was a top-grade liquid that could only be found by chance. They had lived for so many years, yet they had never heard of such a divine liquid appearing anywhere. Now the divine liquid had appeared in front of them, but they could only stare at it. They could not get a share of it. This was related to how far they could go on their martial way. It really made them feel extremely uncomfortable. They were all secretly exclaiming in their hearts, "Luckily, there's still one bottle." Cough cough. Congratulations to Madame Ling for advancing in strength. The day of you becoming an emperor is not far away. This is truly worthy of celebration. Poison Scorpion coughed lightly and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and Kai Xiaoyue. Thank you, Poison Emperor, for your praise. Kai Xiaoyue bowed to Poison Scorpion. Kai Xiaoyue had naturally heard of the reputation of the 5 great evildoers, but she didn't know why they were so respectful and fawning towards Ling Xiao. Could it be that Ling Xiao was really one of the 5 great evildoers, the thousand-faced scholar? What does it matter who he is? I only love him, Kai Xiaoyue firmly thought in her heart. At this time, the Ghost Hag, Demon Duke, and Mad Taoist came back to their senses. The Ghost Hag and Demon Duke also fawned over Kai Xiaoyue in unison. Ha ha ha, Madame Ling's talent is outstanding. We really can't catch up to you. When we were your age, we were only low-level emperors. Mad Taoist squeezed out a flattering smile and said, Brother Ling and Madame Ling are both dragons and phoenixes among men. In the future, your name will definitely shake the continent, and you will become a pair of immortal Tao companions that will make others envious. Seniors, you're too kind. Kai Xiaoyue's delicate face blushed from the praises. The 4 of them were notorious, but their strength was at the peak of the southern wasteland. Who wouldn't like to hear their flattery? If it were an ordinary person, they would probably not be able to sleep at night after being praised. Ling Xiao yawned and said casually, Since you all have nothing to do, why don't you protect my wife and let her break through to the emperor stage? This, Brother Ling, although your wife is Tenbin, she has just reached the great perfection of the king stage. She should consolidate her strength first and not be too hasty, Poison Scorpion advised. He muttered in his heart, just a few words of praise and she's climbing up the ladder. Does she really think that breaking through to the emperor stage is something that can be done just because she wants to? She's overestimating herself. Ha ha ha, Brother Ling, Poison Scorpion is right. There's no need to rush. Ghost Hag and Demon Duke said. They were afraid that Kai Xiaoyue would break through because of these words. If she failed to break through and lost her strength, Ling Xiao would vent his anger on them. They couldn't afford to suffer such a crime. Mad Taoist also said, It's not too late to break through after we get out of Gu City. She's bound to become an emperor anyway, so it's not good to break through rashly. At this time, Xian Yao couldn't help but advise, Brother Ling, be careful. At the same time, he was also wondering, does he really have a way to help her break through to the emperor stage? Ling Xiao chuckled and stretched his back. He traced a finger around the bird's body. The few of them saw that Ling Xiao had actually laid down a restriction. Moreover, this restriction was arranged very cleverly and had a somewhat natural feeling to it. This restriction was something that Ling Xiao had learned from the heaven-suppressing sect's tomb in the secret territory. Although the restriction he had set up wasn't very strong, it was very intricate. It wasn't too far off from a normal emperor stage cultivator's restriction. Then, a bottle appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and within it was a crystal-clear pill. The king pill was a top-tier 4th-stage pill, comparable to a 5th-stage pill. It could increase any king stage cultivator's chances of breaking through to the emperor stage. Even if the breakthrough failed, it wouldn't affect the cultivator's original strength. He had obtained this pill from the secret territory under the desolate mountain range. Ling Xiao had always wanted to use this king pill as a betrothal gift to sect master Yin Xiong. But now he felt that it wasn't necessary. He had even better treasures, and this king pill was perfect for Kai Xiaoyue to use to break through to the emperor stage. There's still a lot of time, enough for you to break through. This way, you'll have a better chance of survival in Gu City. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he stuffed the pill into Kai Xiaoyue's hand. Kai Xiaoyue looked at the pill in her hand and was speechless. Not far from Ling Xiao, the 4 villains, Xian Yao, and the Demon Emperor all revealed expressions of shock. Kai Xiaoyue had just reached the peak of the king stage, but there was still some time before she could break through to the emperor stage. They all felt that this wasn't the best time for her to break through. But now that she had taken out the king pill, things were different. I didn't expect Brother Ling to have such a precious pill. Your wife isn't far from breaking through to the emperor stage. Poison Scorpion was the first to react. Ha ha ha, that's right. We are willing to protect your wife, and we guarantee that no one will disturb her breakthrough. The Ghost Woman and the Demon Duke said in unison. Whoever dares to disturb Madame Ling's breakthrough will be killed without mercy. The Crazy Taoist shouted with a wave of his horsetail whisk. The people not far in front of them all cursed inwardly. These madmen. Ling Xiao chuckled, then jumped onto Xian Yao's vulture eagle, and let Kai Xiayue sit on the 5-colored divine bird to break through. Kai Xiayue cast an affectionate look at Ling Xiao, then sat down cross-legged. Breaking through to the Earth Emperor stage couldn't be sloppy at all, and Ling Xiao was taking a risk. He wanted to completely shock these villains in front of him, and make them completely believe that he, the thousand-faced scholar, was absolutely not fake. At the same time, he also had the idea of subduing them. Although these people didn't have a good reputation, if he could make 1 or 2 of them submit to him, they would definitely be of great help to him. He wasn't willing to stay in this small place like the Northwest or the Southern Wasteland. His goal was to go to the Central Domain, the Holy Land of Martial Arts, and even the Heaven Domain, where the saint-level super-experts lived. This path was destined to be difficult, so in addition to making himself stronger as soon as possible, he also needed to strengthen the forces around him so that he could have more help in the future. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During these 5 days, the Ghost Woman, the Demon Duke, the Poison Scorpion, and the Crazy Taoist guarded around Kai Xiayue, forming a line to protect her and the 5-colored divine bird, so that not even a mosquito could fly in. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this situation. His initial temptation had succeeded. "I say, Brother Ling, do you still have any king's pill? Give me 1 or 2, Xian Yao asked with a fawning expression. Ling Xiao looked up at him and said, "Yes, but your cultivation is still low, so it's useless." Xian Yao's eyes bloomed and he said, I can save it for now. With my tenbin, it'll be easy for me to reach the king's great perfection." "Well, you can ask me for more when the time comes," Ling Xiao replied. "Don't, it's better to keep it for me now. If anything happens to you, wouldn't my dream of becoming an emperor be in vain?" Xian Yao said unwillingly. Ling Xiao's expression darkened and he immediately scolded. "Damn, you dare to curse me? Don't even think about asking me for any more pills in this life." Xian Yao smiled awkwardly and said, "It's a mistake, it's a pure mistake." Ling Xiao closed his eyes and meditated, deciding to ignore this guy who deserved a beating. On the 6th day, the sky was filled with golden light, as if some peerless object had descended to the world. The golden light was extremely dazzling and extraordinary. A 5-colored divine bird was surrounded by a thick layer of golden heaven and earth spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had all entered Saixia Yu's dantian. The 5-colored divine bird was extremely comfortable being bathed in the spiritual energy, and it couldn't help but spit out its beast core to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The strong change in the aura shocked everyone. Who's breaking through such dense and powerful spiritual energy? It should be breaking through to the Earth Emperor stage. It's that blood Azura. Didn't she just reach the king's great perfection not long ago? How could she break through to the Earth Emperor stage now? She's crazy. Her realm hasn't stabilized yet. If she breaks through to the Earth Emperor stage in such a hurry, she'll definitely fail. No, her realm has already stabilized. Look at how strong the spiritual energy she's attracting is. It's obvious that she's already half a step into the Earth Emperor stage. As long as she can comprehend the realm of spiritual movement, she'll become an emperor today. How is this possible? She's clearly only at the king's great perfection. How could she break through again? Does she really have some kind of monstrous physique? But even so, she can't break through in a few days. There's another possibility. She might have taken some high-grade pill to break through. Chapter 404. Golden light filled the air and a myriad of colors filled the air. All the flying team stopped and stared at the man and beast behind them who were breaking through at the same time. The 4 villains near Kai Xiaoyu were all shocked by this scene. She really broke through. The 4 of them exclaimed in their hearts at the same time. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao could really create an Earth sovereign in such a short period of time. But the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. They all secretly praised Ling Xiao's methods. First, he used the 10,000-year stone emulsion to help Kai Xiaoyu reach the peak of the King Step, and then he used the King Ji pill to help her break through in one fell swoop. What others would take decades or hundreds of years to achieve was done by him in just a few days. It was simply enviable. As the golden light faded, two powerful auras soared into the sky. One of them had a graceful and exquisite figure that was coiled with golden divine radiance, and her elegant bearing and ethereal charm caused everyone to be extremely shocked and praise her. Many cultivators with poor willpower drooled, and their eyes were about to pop out. The other bird's 5 dazzling tails were sparkling and colorful, extremely tempting, and its cries were full of joy and joy. The 5-colored divine bird was an ancient high-rank spirit beast that had some of the bloodline of the sacred peacock beast. Its colorful tail was its proudest asset. It had long been a peak 4th-rank spirit beast, and with the help of Kai Xiaoyu's breakthrough, it absorbed the powerful essence of heaven and earth and broke through in one fell swoop, becoming a low-rank 5th-rank spirit beast. A man and a beast breaking through at the same time was truly rare in the secular world. Everyone was so shocked by this scene that it was difficult to describe with words. Congratulations to Fairy for becoming an emperor. Except for a few high-rank earth sovereigns, everyone present slightly cupped their hands towards Kai Xiaoyu and congratulated her. No matter who it was, breaking through to the emperor step was definitely something worth celebrating. Once one reached the emperor step, it meant that they had stepped into the ranks of the top experts and would be respected by everyone. An Ouyang family's earth sovereign invited Kai Xiaoyu. Fairy, are you willing to join my Ouyang family and become a guardian elder? My Ouyang family can provide you with the best resources to help you reach a higher level. The Nangong family's earth sovereign also invited. Fairy can join my Nangong family and become a guardian elder. We can also provide you with the best cultivation resources. The Xian clan's earthly emperor said indifferently, Fairy, you can join my Xian clan. My Xian clan is a well-known alchemy clan, and we can provide you with even more of the best medicinal pills to help you step into the Exalt realm one day. The Tang family's earth emperor was slightly displeased. Your Xian family doesn't even have a 5th-grade alchemist, so how can you help the fairy break through to the honorable realm? Then he said to Kai Xiaoyu, in terms of resources, which one of them can compare to my Tang family? My Tang family can provide a low-level spirit artifact for the fairy to use. As long as the fairy is willing to join my Tang family, our Tang family can definitely provide the resources you need. Bullshit, your Tang family is just a blacksmith. Fairy joining your Tang family would only be an insult to her status. The emperor-level expert from the Xian family replied angrily. The Ouyang and Nangong families also tried their best to invite Kai Xiaoyu. For a moment, the 4 great families' earth sovereign-level experts were red in the face. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Fairy is unparalleled and Tenbin is extraordinary. Why don't you join my divine alliance and become a guardian elder of my divine alliance? You can spread the divine alliance's purpose and share the peace of the world. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the Deity Dao Alliance's Vice Alliance Master's golden mouth. The 4 great families were all ancient desolate families, so there was no need to talk about their foundation and strength. They were definitely not weaker than any rank 8 sect. However, the Deity Dao Alliance was one of the strongest alliances in the southern wasteland. There were many disciples in the alliance, and there were many experts in the sect. The Alliance Master was a powerful existence at the venerable level. Their strength was superior to the 4 great families. When the Deity Dao Alliance spoke, the expressions of the 4 great families turned extremely unsightly. They all thought disdainfully in their hearts. This damn Deity Dao Alliance should be called the Plague Alliance. The talent that Kai Xiaoyu displayed had already attracted everyone's attention. She was only in her 40s, which was way too young for a high-level martial artist. Most of the King stage experts present were between 50 to 200 years old. As for the Earth Emperor stage experts, which one of them wasn't over 100 years old? Even Nangong Lai, who had once obtained a great opportunity, was nearly 100 years old. With Kai Xiaoyu's Tenbin, it was not difficult to imagine that she would have the chance to become the second Nangong Lai. That was why many powers were trying their best to invite Kai Xiaoyu to join them to increase their strength and foundation. Alright, stop arguing. I can't sleep any longer even if I wanted to. Ling Xiao seemed to have just woken up. He stretched his body and yawned. Then he looked at Kai Xiaoyu and his eyes lit up. You are broke through. Kai Xiaoyu smiled and nodded repeatedly. You and Xiaoyu were lucky enough to break through. Thank you, husband. Ling Xiao flew away from the vulture eagle, and Kai Xiaoyu impatiently threw herself into his arms. Now, she did not have any of the dignified demeanor of an Earth Sovereign level expert. She was just like a young girl who had just fallen in love, full of infinite joy and attachment. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had just been fighting with each other to draw Kai Xiaoyu to join their forces. But now, the hot protagonist had thrown herself into the arms of a low-level king-level young man. This made them feel as if they had been electrocuted. They all felt as if the world had been turned upside down. Why would a dignified new Earth sovereign rely on a small king-level expert? She should go to a wider world to survive and develop, and continue to cultivate. It's good that you broke through. Don't waste your husband's good intentions. Ling Xiao kissed Kai Xiaoyu's forehead and said. The surrounding people were even more frantic in their hearts. The fairy in their hearts had actually been polluted by a mortal. She really deserved to be punished by the heavens. Fairy, now that you have become a sovereign, why are you still following this kid? Don't you want to go further? The Ouyang clan's Earth Sovereign advised. That's right. This kid is just a low-level king-level expert. He will never be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. Why are you reluctant to part with this useless trash? The Xian clan's Earth Sovereign echoed. That's right. Join our Nangong clan. We can definitely help you reach the venerable level quickly and dominate a region. The Nangong clan's Earth Sovereign tempted. Join our Tang clan. You can use any spirit equipment you want, and you won't lack cultivation resources. The Tang clan's Earth Sovereign invited. The Divine Union is your best choice. Everyone, there is no need to argue. The Deity Dao Union's vice-union leader said tyrannically. Kai Xiaoyu wanted to say something, but Crazy Taoist shouted first. Don't waste your time. Fairy is Brother Ling's immortal companion. Why would she join your small sects? You really don't know what you are talking about. What was crazy? This was crazy. In the southern wasteland, the Deity Dao Union and the four noble clans were definitely the peak powers. Who dared to be so arrogant as to think that they were small sects? Aside from Crazy Taoist, there was probably no one who dared to speak so boldly. Only if that person was tired of living would they dare to say such words. The people of the Deity Dao Union and the four noble clans all glared at Crazy Taoist angrily. The Deity Dao Union's vice-union leader said faintly, Crazy Taoist, you have a ruthless temperament. How about this union leader reform you into following our divine union and promoting our divine union's purpose? After saying that, a blue steel hoop appeared in the Deity Dao Union's vice-union leader's hand. The steel hoop gave off a strange aura, and dozens of strange lotus flowers appeared. When everyone saw this blue steel hoop, their expressions changed. This was a middle-grade rank 6 spirit equipment, Blue Lotus Hoop. It was refined from dozens of 7,000-year-old Blue Lotus cores. It had the ability to control and confuse one's mind. Ha ha ha, we also want to be reformed by you. Let's see who will be reformed first. The ghost hag retreated to Crazy Taoist's side and shouted. The skeleton staff in the ghost hag's hand gave off a frightening green light. I would like you to help me purify the poisonous gas in my hand. Is that possible? A black poisonous gas appeared in Poison Scorpion's hand. Waves after waves of poisonous gas spread out, corroding the surrounding air, and causing it to corrode. The people of the Deity Dao Union gathered around their vice-union leader, waiting for his orders. The people of the four noble clans retreated, not wanting to get involved in this mess. Just as the battle was about to start, a dignified voice came from afar. Are you leaving or not? If not, then don't follow me. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. The scarlet light did not linger and disappeared into the horizon. Everyone recovered their wits and did not want to waste any more time. It was more important for them to hurry on with their journey. The Deity Dao Union's vice-union leader looked coldly at the four evil men and said, I hope you can leave Gu City alive and give our divine union a chance to reform the four of you. After saying that, he quickly left on the green-winged wind eagle. The crazy Taoist shouted in disdain. You really think so highly of yourselves? Of course, we can leave Gu City alive, but it's hard to say for your Plague Alliance. Ha ha ha. Well said. We should change our name to Plague Alliance, the Ghost Hag and Duke Fiend said with a smile. Poison Scorpion waved his black fan and smiled. Lower your voice. If others hear us, they will think that we are making a scene. Poison Scorpion asked them to lower their voice, but his words could travel 1,000 meters, and everyone could hear him clearly. The four evil men were not afraid of anything. The Deity Dao Union had always viewed them as a thorn in their side, and they also hated the people of the Deity Dao Union. Congratulations, Madam Ling, for advancing to Monarch Realm. I have a golden man lotus here. Please accept it as a small token of my respect. A jade box appeared in Poison Scorpion's hand. This jade box contained a small golden flower. This was a medial grade 5 golden man lotus, a rare spirit flower that metal-attributed cultivators desired. When the Ghost Hag and Duke Fiend saw this, they exchanged glances. A jade box also appeared in the Ghost Hag's hand. She smiled and said, Congratulations, Madam Ling, for ascending to the throne. This is a high-ranked rank 5 metal-attributed beast core. I hope you like it. The crazy Taoist became anxious. He did not seem to have any high-ranked metal-attributed spirit grass or beast cores in his spatial ring. Was he going to miss this opportunity to curry favor with Ling Xiao? Suddenly, the crazy Taoist found something good in his spatial ring and quickly took it out. Congratulations, Madam Ling, for ascending to the throne. This is a high-ranked rank 5 defensive armor from the Tang clan. It should be suitable for you to wear. Madam Ling, please accept it, the crazy Taoist said as he held up the armor with both hands. Chapter 405. This. How can I accept it? Kai Xiaoyue said with some difficulty, casting a questioning look at Ling Xiao. These things are a bit shabby, Ling Xiao said as he glanced at the items in their hands. He paused for a moment before saying, but since they are a token of their appreciation, you should accept them. When the four villains heard this, their faces heated up. They all thought, this is too unreasonable. Such a good thing is shabby. If you don't want it, then forget it. They only thought about it in their hearts and didn't dare to say it out loud. For the sake of the 10,000-year stone emulsion, they had to endure it. To the side, Xian Yao's face was a bit unnatural, and he couldn't help but twitch. This guy is too good at swindling people. Such a high-grade thing is shabby. I'm afraid you'll be secretly happy later. You're a typical person who doesn't know how to behave after obtaining something. Ling Xiao glanced at Xian Yao's expression and asked, Little brother, what gift do you have for your wife? Xian Yao's heart clenched, and his expression seemed to say, I've only just entered the king realm. What good thing can I have? A sinister smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face, and his expression seemed to say, Don't think that this young master doesn't know that you still have a lot of treasures. If you don't take out something decent, this young master will definitely not let you off. Husband, I think it's better to forget about it. Don't make things difficult for him, Kai Xiaoyue said very considerately. But in Xian Yao's ears, these words were extremely sarcastic. You husband and wife are vicious. Xian Yao gritted his teeth and took out a pure and unadorned pearl. This pearl was the size of a fist and sparkled brightly. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered around it. The demon emperor, who rarely spoke, exclaimed, Soul-absorbing pearl. Soul-absorbing pearl? The four villains were all surprised, and then they all thought of something. Their pupils shrank slightly, and their gazes became incomparably passionate. They clearly knew what a soul-absorbing pearl was. Xian Yao congratulates Madam Ling for advancing to the earthly sovereign realm. This is a spirit-absorbing pearl. As long as you carry it with you, you'll be able to gather spiritual energy no matter where you are. You'll never have to worry about spiritual energy depletion, Xian Yao said indifferently. Ling Xiao licked his lips and hurriedly urged Kai Xiaoyue, hurry up and accept it. Then he turned to the four villains and said, Look, my little brother took out something decent. Aren't your things too shabby? When the four great evils heard those words, they nearly covered their faces and cried, "How are we supposed to live like this? We gave them some gifts, yet we still suffered such a merciless attack. This is too much." The four of them cried out bitterly in their hearts. First, put the spirit-absorbing pearl away. Don't let others find out about this, or it'll attract a disaster, reminded the demon emperor. Kai Shiyue had just received the spirit bead, and after hearing the demon emperor's words, she immediately put it into her space ring, and the surrounding world energy stopped pouring in. Ling Xiao had read about the origin of the spirit-absorbing pearl in an ancient text. It and the secluded water bead were both earth-grade exotic pearls, although they weren't as high-grade as the innate Yin Wind bead or the demon blue flame bead. They still had extraordinary effects. It originated from the gathering place of the spirit-absorbing beast, and after tens of thousands of years of nurturing, it had the ability to absorb and gather spiritual energy. The amount of spiritual energy it could absorb was several times or even 10 times that of the same place. Having it was equivalent to carrying a small spirit gathering array with you, making cultivation twice the result with half the effort. It was a spirit bead that any cultivator dreamed of obtaining. Even an Empyrean realm powerhouse would want to snatch this spirit-absorbing pearl, which was enough to show how precious it was. The reason why the demon emperor recognized this spirit-absorbing pearl at a glance was because he had once placed one in the spirit-gathering array of the force he belonged to as the eye of the array, making the spirit-gathering array even more extraordinary. Although the four villains had never seen a spirit-absorbing pearl before, they had read about it like Ling Xiao, which was why they had been so envious just now. Ling Xiao saw Xian Yao's sad face and comforted him through voice transmission. "I just want a small pearl from you. You look like a resentful woman who has been abandoned. You're really stingy." That's a spirit-absorbing pearl. Even in the central region, it's rare to see one. How can I not be distressed? How can I cultivate without it? Xian Yao complained. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, "You're not careful when making friends. This young master gave you the 10,000-year stone emulsion, and helped you refine the king pill to help you break through to the king rank, but now you're so resentful for a small pearl. What's more, you took it out yourself, and this young master didn't force you. This young master is really sad." Xian Yao's face twitched, and his heart was bleeding. How did this Tianji meet such a thick-skinned fellow? Alas, seeing that your wife likes this pearl so much, I'll help you refine the king rank pill's spirit herbs when you get them. Consider it as a trade for this pearl, lest you go around saying bad things about this young master in the future. Ling Xiao sighed. Xian Yao's mood improved a lot when he heard this. Ling Xiao hugged Kai Shiyue and faintly said in her ear, do you still want to continue improving your strength?" The four villains had extraordinary hearing, and Ling Xiao hadn't used the secret ear, so they heard him in an instant. She can continue improving her strength? This is impossible. The four villains cried out in disbelief. In just a few days, Kai Shiyue had reached the peak of the king rank, which could be said to be due to the 10,000-year stone emulsion. Then, she had broken through to the emperor rank with the help of Wang Danji. Now that her realm was not stable, how could she continue to break through? Kai Shiyue also felt that Ling Xiao was coaxing her, so she immediately chuckled and said, "Husband, you've done so much for me and I'm already satisfied. You won't ask for anything else." Ling Xiao licked her ear and said, "You're my woman, so it's natural for me to do so much for you. As long as you still want to break through, I'll let you advance another level now, but it might take a little longer to advance in the future." "Is it really okay?" Kai Shiyue asked with a blushing face. "Don't you believe in your husband?" Ling Xiao asked. Kai Shiyue hurriedly said, "Of course I believe in my husband." "That's good. Since there's still some time left, I'll help you advance another level. When we get to Gu City, we'll have more protection," Ling Xiao said. Following that, another bottle appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. It was also a crystal-clear pill, but the color and size of this pill were slightly different from the previous King Ji pill. The four villains, Xian Yao, and the demon emperor all stared at the pill in the bottle. Ling Xiao opened the bottle cap, and a strong pill fragrance spread out. It's the fragrance of a pill, a 5th-grade pill. This time, it was Crazy Taoist who cried out in surprise. Poison Scorpion's eyes also lit up. It's definitely a top 5th grade pill. The medicinal power is really strong. It might be able to help me reach the peak of the Emperor stage. The Ghost Hag Demon Elder also cried out, "Ha ha ha, this is too tempting. Brother Ling, can you give it to us? We can exchange anything with you." Ling Xiao glanced at the 4 of them and said with a faint smile, "This is a metal attribute pill. It's not suitable for you, so don't even think about it." The 4 of them revealed extremely disappointed looks. "Take it." Ling Xiao handed the pill to Kai Xiaoyue. Kai Xiaoyue's delicate hands trembled, and it was obvious that she couldn't hide the ecstasy in her heart. A top 5th grade pill was enough to make any Emperor stage cultivator go crazy. In the northwest or the southern wasteland, how many alchemists could refine such a high-grade pill? Even if he could refine it, he didn't know how many years it would take to gather all the spirit herbs needed to refine a 5th grade pill. The pill that Ling Xiao took out was the Emperor Ascension pill that he had obtained from the heaven-suppressing sect in the secret realm. At that time he had obtained a total of 6 pills, 3 top 5th grade Emperor Ascension pills and 3 top 6th grade Spirit Sovereign pills. This was a metal attribute Emperor Ascension pill. After Ling Xiao had seen the experts of the southern wasteland, he was eager to increase his chances of survival, and he also wanted to have the strength to fight in Gu City. His current strength was only at the low-level king stage. Perhaps it was quite good for the younger generation, but compared to this group of people in front of him, he was only the lowest level of martial artists, not worth mentioning. Right now, he could intimidate the 4 villains to stand on the same side as him and listen to his orders, but once they exposed his identity, he was afraid that the first person they would deal with would be him. Therefore, he had to make himself stronger. Currently, the Demon Emperor seemed to have the strength of a middle-level Earth Emperor, but he could only display the strength of a low-level Earth Emperor. It was all because his attribute did not match the attribute of this body. When it came to a real battle, the Demon Emperor might not be able to help him. But Kai Xiaoyue was different. She was loyal to Ling Xiao, and could be considered the person he trusted the most at present. He helped her advance to the Emperor stage not only for her sake, but also for his own sake. If Kai Xiaoyue became stronger, it meant that the strength on his side would also become stronger, which was enough to shock many forces. She advanced one more level, just to be on the safe side. There must be some unknown dangers in Gu City that made people call it a forbidden zone for humans. It was enough to show how terrifying it was inside. Only with great strength would there be a chance of survival. Ling Xiao didn't want his woman to die. After taking the Emperor Ascension pill, Kai Xiaoyue's aura soared. Her cultivation, which had just broken through to the Earth Emperor stage, was quickly consolidated by the powerful energy. Then, her strength went straight to the middle level of the low level, and she soon reached the peak of the low level. She was only a step away from stepping into the next stage. A strong golden storm was stirred up around her, causing the surrounding aura to whistle. The people in front stopped again and looked back. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were so wide that a large rock could be stuffed in. What the hell is going on? Didn't you just break through to the Earth Emperor stage? Why did you break through again? Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that what they saw was an illusion? Rumble. As tens of thousands of golden rays sprinkled down, Kai Xiaoyue only felt that the barrier that was preventing her from advancing was instantly broken. A comfortable and rich spiritual power flowed around her, causing her to be unable to help but shout. This feeling is too great. Then she raised her hand and a golden light shot down. Rumble. 100-mile stretch of forest was reduced to dust under her attack. Chapter 406. A mountain range that spanned 100 miles was blasted into smithereens, and a plume of gray smoke rose into the air. The group of flying spirit beasts in the sky instantly stopped, and everyone on top of the spirit beasts stared at the mountain range that had been flattened. What a destructive power! It really is the strength of a mid-stage Earth Emperor. Is this a dream? She just broke through to the Emperor stage, and she can advance again? Don't tell me they're playing house? She definitely took a high-grade pill, or else she wouldn't have advanced so easily. Who is helping her? Could it be that young man? It's possible. Otherwise, why would the 4 great evildoers personally protect her? It's clearly because of that young man. Where did he come from? Everyone discussed in low voices for a while before continuing on their way. They were afraid that if they really angered Danshan sect, then the trip to Gu City would no longer have anything to do with them. Kai Sheyue threw herself into Ling Zhao's arms and kissed him passionately. The past few days had made her feel like she was dreaming. In just a few short days, she had reached a height that others would never be able to reach in their entire lives. This made her ecstatic. She rejoiced in her heart that the luckiest thing in her life was meeting Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao struggled slightly from Kai Sheyue's embrace and revealed a bashful expression. There are too many people here. Don't be like this, I'll be shy. Xianyao, who was not far away, heard this and immediately fell off the vulture eagle. Heavens, let a bolt of lightning strike this guy, Xianyao shouted in his heart. At this time, the 4 great evildoers came back to their senses, and the way they looked at Ling Xiao was completely different. At first, because they couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's strength, and because of the Blue Jiao Dragon's protection, they temporarily compromised with Ling Xiao and headed to Gu City together, planning to make plans after arriving at Gu City. However, when they saw Ling Xiao take out the 10,000-year stone emulsion, they wanted to curry favor with Ling Xiao and think of a way to exchange for it with other things. However, when they saw Ling Xiao raise a Peak King rank expert by 2 ranks in a short few days, they were truly shocked. It was undeniable that this was the effect of the medicinal pill, but they couldn't understand why Ling Xiao had such a top-notch medicinal pill. Even if it was the treasures that they had accumulated for many years, compared to the things that Ling Xiao had taken out, they were really not on the same level. Could it be that he obtained some kind of peerless opportunity? The 4 of them thought at the same time. This is truly gratifying and respectable. Madame Ling is so young. Yet she has already caught up to us who have painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years. It really makes us feel ashamed. Poison Scorpion said respectfully. The other 3 followed the wind and set the helm, praising Kai Sheyue endlessly. Alright, let's hurry up. If we don't leave now, we will be the last to leave, Ling Xiao reminded them. He had already achieved his goal, and it was now up to who would be the first to lose patience and look for him. Another 2 days passed like this, and they were getting closer and closer to Gu City. The 4 great evildoers' thoughts also became more and more active. There was only 1 bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion left, and if they didn't think of a way to obtain it, it would probably be difficult for them to have another chance. On the side, Ling Xiao and Kai Sheyue were flirting with each other, and they were very happy. There were still a few days before they arrived at Gu City, and they didn't have the mood to meditate. Ling Xiao secretly exclaimed in his heart. They really can keep their composure. In the end, the ghost woman and the demon duke couldn't help but speak first. They sat on the twin-headed flying snake and used the secret ear transmission technique to speak to Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha, brother Thousand Faces, can you exchange that bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion with us? We can exchange it for it at any price. The ghost woman and the demon duke were the weakest among the 4 great evildoers on the surface, and they were only at the middle stage of the Earth Emperor realm. However, they had incredible secret techniques that allowed them to fight above their realm. Even if they faced a high-level Earth Emperor, they would still be able to fight and even kill them. However, Ling Xiao had the worst and most disgusted impression of the 2 of them. When they first met in the restaurant, their killing methods were still vivid in his mind. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "What do you have to exchange with me?" Ling Xiao didn't use the secret ear transmission technique to say this, but directly said it in front of everyone. On the side, Poison Scorpion and the crazy Taoist were very anxious. "You 2 ugly monsters want to eat it alone? No way." The crazy Taoist scolded unhappily, then said to Ling Xiao politely, "Brother Ling, give me that bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion. I can exchange it with my Cosmos bag." Ling Zhao's impression of the crazy Taoist was much better than that of the ghost woman and the demon duke. However, this guy had a bad temper and was too arrogant. It was easy for him to offend people. However, his strength was still very strong. He was a high-level Earth Emperor, only slightly weaker than Nangong Lai. In the southern wasteland, he was definitely one of the top experts. Ha ha ha, you damn Taoist. That cosmos sack of yours can only hold people with average strength. What use do you have for it? The ghost woman retorted. She then turned to Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling, we can give you 2 7,000-year-old heavenly snow lotuses in exchange. The heavenly snow lotus was a mid-tier 6th rank ice attribute spirit herb. It had the effect of prolonging life and resurrecting the dead. At the same time, it could increase the purity of the ice attribute and the affinity of the ice attribute spirit chi. It was a rare ice attribute spirit herb. If these 2 heavenly snow lotuses were 10,000 years old, no one would be willing to exchange them for the 10,000-year stone emulsion. Because the ghost woman and the demon duke were of the wood attribute, this heavenly snow lotus was not very useful to them. This was also the reason why they were willing to exchange it. Heavenly snow lotus. Ling Zhao's expression changed slightly. He cultivated several elements at the same time, so this ice attribute spirit herb was quite useful to him. However, he thought that this heavenly snow lotus was more suitable for Bingruoshui. Haha, this heavenly snow lotus is good, but who doesn't know that Brother Ling has a wind attribute physique? What use is this heavenly snow lotus for him? Can it give him an extra life? The crazy Taoist laughed disdainfully. As soon as this was said, the ghost woman and the demon duke were immediately embarrassed. The thousand-faced scholar was a well-known wind attribute martial artist. Only high-level wind attribute spirit herbs were useful to him. This heavenly snow lotus was indeed of little value to him. However, they did not know that this thousand-faced scholar was no longer the same thousand-faced scholar. Ling Xiao glanced at the ghost woman and the crazy Taoist and said, Your things are indeed good, but it seems that they can't compare to my 10,000-year stone emulsion. If I let others know that I have 10,000-year stone emulsion, I believe that many people will be interested in it. There will be no lack of good things for me to choose. I really can't think of any reason to exchange it with any of you. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the 4 evildoers changed. Ling Zhao's words were indeed correct. This 10,000-year stone emulsion was very rare. If one were to compare its value, it was definitely comparable to a 7th-rank spirit herb. This kind of good thing would definitely be very popular no matter where it was. Just because they couldn't take out something that could be used for exchange didn't mean that others couldn't. The foundations of the other powers were not what they could imagine. Ling Xiao glanced at Poison Scorpion, who had yet to speak, and said faintly, However, who asked us to be the southern region's 5 evildoers? Although we've never been united, it's still better than being an outsider. At this point he paused for a moment before continuing. It's a pity that I only have 1 bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion left. As long as any one of you can show some sincerity and take out something that can move my heart, I will definitely give it to one of you. There's still some time before we reach Gu City, so take your time to think about it. I'm not in a hurry. When the 4 evildoers heard this, they fell silent for a moment. At the same time, they were trying to guess Ling Zhao's intentions. In their hearts, they thought, Of course you're not in a hurry. You've already used it anyway. There was only 1 bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion left, so it would be strange if they weren't anxious. Xian Yao and the Demon Emperor, who were at the side, had a whole new level of respect for Ling Xiao. Only now did they realize that although Ling Xiao was sometimes frivolous, he was also very good at scheming. No one could make him suffer a loss. After a few more days, Gu City gradually appeared in front of them. This was the most central area of the Southern Territory. It was once the most glorious city, and it had the most historical significance of the ancient legends. Gu City covered a very wide area. The Thousand Beast City and Southern Sky City that Ling Xiao had seen before were both huge cities, but compared to this place, they were much smaller. The towering walls, the quaint pavilions, the spacious streets, all of them showed that this place was once prosperous and rich. This was also the reason why the others wanted to take this place for themselves. It was such a glorious thing to be able to become an overlord here. Now this huge city was filled with a desolate and dilapidated scene. and the sky was shrouded with an extremely oppressive and heavy feeling. It was as if from the day it was bathed in blood, it had been filled with unwillingness. Countless souls of the Gu clan formed a huge resentment that filled the sky, forming the ancestral curse. All the flying spirit beasts stopped thousands of meters in front of the city. Everyone looked at the dark and oppressive city from afar, and there was an inexplicable sense of fear in their hearts. The reason why this place was called the Southern Wilderness Forbidden Area was that no one who had once entered Gu City could come out again, even the experts of the Earth Emperor stage. Was there a vengeful spirit of the Gu clan inside? Or was there an ancestral curse cast by the Gu clan inside? No one knew. They only knew that there had once been two divine objects here: the Heaven Gu Divine Skill and the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron. These two divine objects were called God, and they were full of temptation no matter where they were. People were like moths flying into a flame, searching for them one after another. With the passing of time, these two divine arts had already been forgotten by the world. However, someone spread the news and made everyone believe that the two great magic arts were still in Gu City. Therefore, all the forces in the southern wasteland gathered in one place, intending to turn the entire Gu City upside down. Even if they couldn't find the two great magic arts, they wanted to reopen Gu City and make it their new territory, their new stronghold. Danchen Dao was the strongest in this operation, and everyone knew that he was definitely going for the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron. After all, he was a rank 6 alchemist, and this divine cauldron was like another life to him. If he obtained the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings, and his alchemy skills would rise to another level. Grandmaster Danchen, are we going to enter the city directly? The Deity Dao Union's Deputy Alliance Master asked. Danchen Dao ignored the Deputy Alliance Master, and his eyes were fixed on the nearby Gu City, his expression extremely focused. Soon after, his expression became extremely unsightly, and cold sweat dripped down from both sides of his forehead. No wonder people who come here can only enter, but not leave. I think I know what's going on, Danchen Dao said faintly. Chapter 407. Danchen Dao's words caused everyone to stare at him in shock. This place had been a forbidden zone for 10,000 years, but he was able to see through it at a glance? A venerable level expert is extraordinary. Everyone exclaimed in their hearts. Grandmaster Danchen, what's going on? All the leaders of the factions asked in unison. Danchen Dao frowned. There are a large number of resentful souls in Gu City. Resentful souls. Everyone was horrified. Resentful souls and souls were two completely different concepts. The soul still had the will and thoughts of the original martial artist, but the resentful soul only had countless resentments left. It no longer had the will and thoughts of the martial artist before death. Only the thick resentment before death, bloodlust, cruelty, hatred, anger. As long as it encountered something alive, it would absolutely not let it go. It would definitely entangle that person to death. This was the so-called resentful soul. Normally, after a cultivator died, their soul would dissipate into the world. Only the souls of those at the emperor level and above would be immortal. They would only die if their soul was heavily injured. However, a resentful spirit was different. Normally, a martial artist with a bit of strength would have an obsession in their heart. Even when they died, they would still leave behind a resentful spirit. However, this resentful spirit was only a strand of negative will. It would quickly disappear between heaven and earth. Very few of them could exist in this world for a long time. But now, there were a large number of resentful souls in Gu City. What did this mean? Perhaps there was a powerful restriction in Gu City that prevented these vengeful spirits from disappearing, allowing them to stay in Gu City and occupy Gu City, preventing outsiders from disturbing them. Was this the mystery behind why Gu City had been a forbidden zone for 10,000 years? Most people believed Danchen Dao's words. After all, only an evil existence like this could force people to enter and never leave. For a moment, all the factions were hesitating. Should they enter or not? There were a large number of resentful souls inside. Resentful souls that could kill Earth's sovereign-level cultivators were extremely powerful. These resentful souls only attacked the soul, and didn't have much to do with strength. Everyone's spiritual sea was where their natal soul resided. It was always the weakest part of a cultivator. Once their soul was devoured, even a god wouldn't be able to save them. If you're not afraid of death, then come in. I'll be going in first. Danshan Dao ignored the hesitant people behind him and flew into Gu City on his fire phoenix. Everyone looked at the bold and skillful figure, and they were all extremely reverent. The second wave of people to enter were people from the Devil Shadow sect. They didn't even think before following Danshan. How can we let such an evil thing live forever? Our divine union will naturally enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The Divine Dao Union's deputy union master muttered as he led his subordinates in pursuit. Now only the 4 great clans and a group of rogue cultivators were hesitating. Riches come from danger. Whoever wants to go in, follow me. Nangonglai said faintly to the individual cultivators who came with him, then glanced at Ling Xiao, who was not far away, and flew towards Gu City on the flaming bird. Lai Emperor is right. Since I've come, how can I return empty-handed? I'm going. That's right. What's a mere vengeful spirit? Don't tell me that we can't deal with these filthy things. I'll go in as well. With the Gu race's 2 great divine arts here, I'll be lucky to obtain them, but if I don't, it'll be my fate. At worst, I'll just die, but I'll be a man again in 18 years. I'll go too. Those rogue cultivators and mercenaries were all fugitives, and all of them were courageous people. Most of them were provoked by Nangonglai's words and immediately flew in. Only 3 rogue cultivators who were afraid of death stayed behind. When the people from the 4 great clans saw that most of the people had gone in, how could they embarrass the 4 great clans? Everyone follow me. As long as you're not possessed by the vengeful spirits, there's nothing to fear. The people from the Tang clan were the first to cry out in alarm. The other 3 clans were not willing to fall behind, so they rode their mounts and flew in as well. Now, aside from the 3 rogue cultivators who had left in shame, only Ling Xiao and the others who had yet to enter were left. Ha ha ha, these vengeful spirits are the most suitable for us to cultivate. We'll make a move first. The ghost hag and the demon duke practiced the most evil cultivation techniques, so they similarly sensed the large number of vengeful spirits in the city. Their expressions became as excited as if they were possessed. After crying out in alarm, they rode 2 flying snakes and disappeared in front of everyone. They were actually willing to give up the 10,000-year stone emulsion, which showed how important the vengeful spirits in Gu City were to them. Naturally, Ling Xiao was very happy to leave with them because he valued Crazy Taoist and Poison Scorpion more. It would be best if he could subdue them together. However, Poison Scorpion did not move for a long time. Could it be that he was not interested in his 10,000-year stone emulsion? After Crazy Taoist saw that the ghost hag and the demon duke had left, he rubbed his hands and walked in front of Ling Xiao, saying, "Brother Ling, tell me, what do you want me to do in exchange for the supreme grade stone emulsion?" It's actually very simple. Ling Xiao glanced at Crazy Taoist, then glanced at Poison Scorpion and said, "Use your people to exchange for it." Crazy Taoist's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" "It's very simple. Whoever submits to me will be qualified to obtain the 10,000-year stone emulsion." Ling Xiao said very confidently, "Brother Thousand Face, this joke is not pleasant to hear." Crazy Taoist replied gloomily, "All along, the 5 evildoers were notorious. No one was stronger than the other, only more hateful and more vicious. They were people who were equally famous in the southern wasteland. If Crazy Taoist subdued Thousand Face Scholar, he would probably be looked down upon and disdained. One had to know that many powers had tried to invite them to be the previous generation's worshippers, but they had never taken them seriously. It was all because they were arrogant and unruly people, so they had always considered themselves as rogue cultivators. Now Crazy Taoist naturally would not sell himself for the 10,000-year stone emulsion. Poison Scorpion's expression was also not good, but he did not immediately leave. "I'm not joking with you," Ling Xiao said very seriously, then looked at Crazy Taoist and Poison Scorpion and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm not Thousand Face Scholar. I'm Ling Xiao. and I only have the strength of a low-level king. What, you're not thousand-faced scholar? Crazy Taoist and Poison Scorpion both cried out in shock. They had always thought that Ling Xiao was one of the 5 evildoers, thousand-faced scholar. After all, they had originally agreed to meet in the restaurant for the sake of forming an alliance. At that time, other than the 4 of them, only Ling Xiao dared to sit there. The thousand-faced scholar was known for his ever-changing appearance. He could disguise himself as a man, woman, old, or young at any time. Ordinary people would not be able to tell him apart. At that time, the poisonous scorpion emitted a strong poison. Ordinary warriors could not withstand the poison, so he thought that Ling Xiao was the thousand-faced scholar. Moreover, the blue dragon appeared and threw the crazy Taoist away. They were even more certain that thousand-faced scholar had some fortuitous encounter, and had already broken through to the supremacy level. He had also subdued a rank 6 spirit beast, so they did not suspect that Ling Xiao was not the real thousand-faced scholar. Later, on the way to Gu City, they were even more certain of their thoughts. If this young man in front of them was not thousand-faced scholar, with just his low-level king-level cultivation, how could he have a mid-level Earth Emperor as a servant? How could he casually take out a rare jade liquid like the 10,000-year stone milk? How could he casually take out all kinds of high-grade spirit pills? This was obviously impossible, right? They had always thought that Ling Xiao was thousand-faced scholar, but Ling Xiao had personally said that he was not. This made them feel that the world was too crazy. Could it be that they had been sleepwalking all the way here? A low-level king-rank expert was able to possess such abnormal reserves, and was even able to play around with the 4 of them. This simply drove them to the verge of going mad. Don't you think it's inconceivable? Ling Xiao asked, then chuckled and said, "That day when you suddenly came to the restaurant, it really gave me a fright. If it wasn't for Xiaolong's protection, I'm afraid that I would have been killed by you. However, don't think that you can kill me now. First of all, my servant is a mid-level Earth Emperor, and now my woman is also a mid-level Earth Emperor. I also have a rank 6 Flood Dragon to protect me. Of course, you can choose to leave now, but I will leave this 10,000-year stone milk for others to enjoy. Oh right, besides the 4th and 5th grade spirit pills, I also seem to have a 6th grade spirit pill called Spirit Sovereign Pill. I don't have any use for that thing, so it would be a waste to leave it with me." You still have Spirit Sovereign Pills? This is impossible. Even Dan Chen Dao can't refine it. In the southern region, I have never heard of anyone who can refine this kind of top 6th grade spirit pill. Crazy Taoist exclaimed. Poison Scorpion's eyes also became hot, and he faintly said, "I have seen that kind of pill in the Central Region's auction. Every Spirit Sovereign Pill is a pill that all the major forces will fight for. The auction price can be described as sky-high. You really have this kind of pill?" Ling Xiao smiled proudly and said, "If you believe it, then I have it. If you don't, then I don't have it." He had already whetted their appetites. If he could tempt them to follow him, it would be the best. If not, then he wouldn't lose anything. In any case, he had already achieved his goal, and now it was up to them to see who was willing to take the bait. Crazy Taoist and Poison Scorpion both looked deeply at Ling Xiao, and the two fell into silence. Although the 10,000-year stone milk was very tempting to them, it was not enough to make them sell themselves. But now the Spirit Sovereign Pill was different. As long as they had it, it meant that it was very likely that they would step into the ranks of the Venerable Realm. They would become a Venerable Realm that was above 10,000, and their lifespans would also be greatly extended. An Empyrean was a true overlord in this hot land. At that time, even if they established a sect and occupied it, no one would dare to say anything. The pursuit of eternal life and strength had always been a temptation that no martial artist could resist. The two of them were both high-level earthly emperors. Without the Spirit Sovereign Pill, they might be able to cultivate to the perfection of the Monarch Realm one day, and try to break through to the Venerable Realm. However, breaking through to the Venerable Realm had always required a great deal of luck and comprehension. Perhaps they would break through overnight, or perhaps they would not be able to reach that step for hundreds of years, or even their entire lives. In the end, they would become a cup of yellow soil that would be buried in the long river of history. Right, I forgot to tell you that I am also a 5th grade alchemist, Ling Xiao said very casually. Chapter 408. No matter where, an alchemist was a highly respected profession. The pills they refined had all kinds of magical effects, such as healing injuries and saving lives, increasing a cultivator's speed, changing a cultivator's physique, and even allowing a cultivator to advance directly. Alchemists were always respected figures on this continent. The higher the rank, the more extraordinary the degree of respect they received. In the northwest or the south, alchemists above the 4th rank were extremely rare, but they would occasionally appear in other places. 5th rank alchemists were extremely rare. In the northwest or the south, the number of alchemists above the 5th rank would definitely not exceed the fingers on one hand. They were all big shots of their respective sex and rarely showed their faces. Between these two places, there was only one alchemist who had reached the 6th rank, Danchen Dao. This showed how rare alchemists were and how difficult it was to raise their rank. However, the young man in front of them, who was less than 20 years old, claimed to be a 5th rank alchemist. This shocked them to the extreme. If an ordinary young man had told them that he was a 5th grade alchemist, they wouldn't have even thought about it before tearing that young man apart. Then they would have cursed. Do you think 5th grade alchemists are cabbages that can be found anywhere? However, the young man in front of them completely convinced them. Just based on the fact that he could casually take out a high-rank pill and create a middle-stage Earth Emperor in front of them, they had to believe it even if they did not want to. If he was not a 5th rank alchemist, where did he get the high-rank pill? Even if it was given by the elders of the clan, how precious was this pill? How could it be given away so easily? This showed that he was fearless and did not take the pill seriously at all. With his methods, as long as he had the materials, he could refine it at any time. You only have 15 minutes to consider. After that, we will enter Gu City, and our fate will end here. Ling Xiao said indifferently to the two people who were in a daze. He wanted to force the two to make a decision. If they surrendered, it would be the best. If they did not, then it would end here. On the side, Xianyao saw how Ling Xiao was enticing the two high-level Earth Emperors step by step, making them unable to stop. In his heart, his evaluation of Ling Xiao increased by a lot. As expected of the future Holy Emperor, he's worthy of me following him. Xianyao was filled with admiration. On the other side, the Demon Emperor did not notice what Ling Xiao was doing. He only stared in the direction of Gu City, and his expression gradually became frenzied. So many energy remnant souls. Demon Emperor transmitted to Ling Xiao. Don't worry, they're all yours. You won't be able to escape. Ling Xiao knew that the Demon Emperor could devour soul fragments to recover, and he could sense the Demon Emperor's impatience. Forget it, forget it. I, the crazy Taoist, have always been arrogant and arrogant. I have always been free and unfettered. Asking me to submit to a junior like you is really an insult to my dignity. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. I'm leaving. The crazy Taoist shook his head and looked very determined. He sighed and flew toward Gu City on the back of the Earth-Eye Eagle. Watching the crazy Taoist leave, Ling Xiao was very disappointed. A high-level Earth Sovereign Realm cultivator was clearly within reach, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Can he really resist the temptation? Ling Xiao muttered in his heart. Then he looked at Poison Scorpion and said, "Are you going to make the same choice as him?" The black fan in Poison Scorpion's hand had already stopped swaying, and his expression was very serious. This was a difficult choice for him. Both he and the crazy Taoist were arrogant and unruly people. Their strength was about the same, but he was different from the crazy Taoist. The crazy Taoist had always been arrogant, but he liked to play tricks and poison others. However, facing this young man in front of him, he felt a little ashamed of his inferiority. A low-level king rank expert was actually talking cheerfully and wittily when facing them, and he didn't seem nervous or restrained in the slightest. Moreover, he was advancing step by step in order to entice them to take the bait. Such courage and wisdom were truly not something that an ordinary person could accomplish. You are called the Poison Emperor, so your poison technique must be unparalleled in the world. How about this? I will stand here and let you use any poison you want. As long as you can poison me to death, everything on my body will be yours. They won't be able to do anything to you. But if you can't poison me to death, you will submit to me and serve me as your master for the rest of your life. How about it? Ling Xiao said faintly. Are you serious? Poison Scorpion's eyes lit up. Before Ling Xiao could reply, Kai Xiaoyue immediately said in a sweet voice, absolutely not. Then she stared at Ling Xiao and said seriously, husband, the Poison Emperor's poison technique is famous throughout the world. How can you put yourself in danger? With your ability, a lot of people will follow you. It doesn't necessarily have to be the Poison Emperor by your side. Kai Xiaoyue wholeheartedly leaned towards Ling Xiao. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. Even if she was asked to die for him, she wouldn't even frown. But if something happened to Ling Xiao, she would definitely die for him. Xianyao said, don't take things too hard. If you really want to test the poison on your body, then first keep your good things for me, so that the fat water doesn't flow out. Get lost. Ling Xiao shouted at Xianyao angrily. Then he said to Kai Xiaoyue tenderly, don't worry, my husband's life is precious. Ordinary little poisons can't do anything to me. Feeling the confidence in Ling Xiao's eyes, Kai Xiaoyue's heart gave birth to a blind sense of trust. Her firm belief from a moment ago instantly collapsed. She couldn't help but nod her head and say, then you must be careful. Ling Xiao gently pinched her elastic cheek and said to Poison Scorpion, come. You have to think carefully. My nickname is not random, Poison Scorpion said doubtfully. He really couldn't understand why Ling Xiao had such great confidence to take his poison. The reason why he was called the Poison Scorpion of the four great evildoers was not undeserved. Once, the supreme elder of a medium-sized family went to the barbarian region with him and seized a high-grade spirit herb that he was about to obtain. In a rage, he chased for tens of thousands of miles and broke into the medium-sized family alone. He poisoned more than 1,000 people in the family to death, including more than a dozen king stage experts and 2 earth emperors. Relying on this battle, his name, Poison Scorpion, resounded throughout the southern wasteland. He obtained the title of Poison Emperor and became one of the 5 great evildoers. Cut the crap. Come on, I'm in a hurry to get into the city. Ling Xiao waved his hand disdainfully at the Poison King. Poison Scorpion said with a gloomy face, since you are so confident, then I will let you have a taste of being attacked by 10,000 poisons. After saying that, a strong poisonous gas revolved around his body, and the surrounding air became turbid and black. You guys retreat first. Ling Xiao became serious and shouted to Kai Xiaoyue, Xianyao, and the Demon Emperor. At this time, Poison Scorpion's eyes were red, and his face had turned green. He didn't have the slightest bit of his previous handsomeness. The 4-winged Scorpion King under his feet let out strange hissing sounds of excitement. Its 4 wings were constantly flapping, and its mouth was swallowing dark green scorpion venom. The scorpion beast was one of the most poisonous spirit beasts in the world. Once it came into contact with it, even a king stage expert would immediately turn into nothingness. Even an earthly sovereign wouldn't necessarily have it any better. Now the poisonous gas that had merged with his beast was the most terrifying scorpion venom of Poison Scorpion. Once the scorpion venom was released, everything within 100 miles would be poisoned. Enjoy this feast. Poison Scorpion revealed a malevolent smile. Then he spread out his palms, and 2 streams of greenish-black mist attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't try to resist or evade. He just let the poisonous mist touch his arms. Sizzle. Just as the poisonous mist touched Ling Xiao's arms, thick corrosive smoke came out, and disgusting poisonous pustules instantly swelled up. The poisonous mist seeped into Ling Xiao's skin and invaded his meridians and internal organs. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao's whole body became bloated and terrifying. The poisonous pustules on his skin seemed to be bitten by poisonous scorpions, and a corrosive and poisonous stench soared into the sky, making people feel extremely disgusted. Ling Xiao knew that in addition to his skin and internal organs being attacked, his nervous system was also numbed, and he was gradually losing consciousness. Husband, you have to hold on. Kai Shiyue couldn't bear to see Ling Xiao in such a miserable state, and she cried out in alarm. Xian Yao also couldn't bear it, and turned his face away. Although he had full confidence in Ling Xiao, this kind of extraordinary torture wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Don't die, Xian Yao worriedly said in his heart. Only the demon emperor on the side didn't say anything, as if he wasn't worried that something would happen to Ling Xiao. You can't take it anymore, right? Even a peak monarch can't endure this poison, and even a venerable wouldn't dare to touch it, let alone a little monarch like you. Obediently hand over the thing, and maybe I can spare your life. Poison Scorpion licked his lips and said confidently. He understood his scorpion's poison better than anyone else, and unless there was a high-level detoxification pill of the 5th rank or above, anyone who tried would only die. Ling Zhao's handsome face had become extremely ugly, even uglier than the ghost woman and the demon emperor. Poison Emperor really lives up to his reputation, Ling Xiao said with some difficulty, and then he said, but that's all. After saying that, Ling Xiao started to expel the poison with all his strength. The ancient Emperor Divine Art started to circulate at full speed, and the 3 parts restoration chi also helped from the side. The innate Yin Wind bead and Blue Demon Fire bead in his Sea of Consciousness also started to move. The ancient Emperor Divine Art had already reached the 4th transformation, and after absorbing the Flood Dragon's blood essence, the Divine Art's effects had been restored. Its recovery ability was monstrous, and with the 3 parts restoration chi's self-healing ability, it first healed his internal organs, then his meridians, and finally his skin. The innate Yin Wind bead absorbed the scorpion's poison's corrosive baleful energy, and the Blue Demon Fire bead emitted extreme yang flames that burned all yin and poisonous things. A golden dragon phantom appeared behind Ling Xiao, and it shone with a golden light. The supreme imperial aura seemed incomparably noble. The people at the side all felt a sense of worship. Xian Yao couldn't help but exclaim, Holy Emperor's aura has already reached the initial stage. The demon emperor, on the other hand, frowned, forcefully suppressing his feelings of admiration. After all, he was once an emperor, and wouldn't be easily convinced. Kai Xiayu's heart was trembling incessantly, and the love in her heart was becoming stronger and stronger. My husband is truly mighty. Poison Scorpion clenched his fists tightly, looking at Ling Xiao with an expression of disbelief. How can he resist my scorpion's poison? This is impossible. Poison Scorpion exclaimed in a daze. Chapter 409. In the sky not far from Gu City, there was the image of a golden dragon that was tens of meters tall roaring, and the supreme might of the dragon was enough to subdue everyone. Under the golden dragon's image, a young man in his 20s was glowing with a golden light. His rotting skin was gradually growing new skin and flesh at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The poisonous pus scars were also slowly shrinking and disappearing, and the black poisonous gas was burned into nothingness by the blue flames that were emerging from his body. This is a dual attribute metal and fire cultivator. Poison Scorpion couldn't help but exclaim. He had always been quite confident in his scorpion venom. Even if an Empyrean was hit by his scorpion venom, they would probably have to go through a lot of trouble to force it out of their bodies. Yet Ling Xiao was only a young man in his 20s, and he was only at the low-level king stage. Yet he was actually gradually dispelling his scorpion venom. How could he possibly have such abnormal strength? When he saw that Ling Xiao was a dual attribute metal and fire cultivator, Poison Scorpion was slightly moved. Martial artists who cultivated dual attributes were generally the strongest among those of the same level. However, he still didn't understand how this dual attribute could force his scorpion venom out of his body. What's with that golden dragon image? Could it be because of the high-grade cultivation technique he cultivates? Poison Scorpion guessed. Not long after, Ling Xiao once again restored his handsome face. His skin emitted a bronze-gold color, and he looked extremely sturdy and strong, giving him a noble and domineering temperament. Ling Zhao's body shook, and a small ball of black poisonous gas shot out from his mouth. The poisonous gas was like a startled bird, and it actually fled at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao laughed sinisterly, and with a wave of his hand, a blue flame formed into a small dragon that shot towards the poisonous gas. Sizzle. The moment the poisonous gas came into contact with the blue flame, it was immediately incinerated, leaving not a single trace in the air. Ling Xiao sensed his own body and found that there was not a trace of poison left. He smiled at Poison Scorpion and said, "Your poison is not bad, but if you want to take this young master's life, it seems that you are not qualified." Poison Scorpion's face alternated between red and green. He was renowned throughout the southern wasteland as the Poison Emperor, but he never expected that the poison that he was so proud of would be unable to harm a mere king-level martial artist. How could he accept this? Kai Sheyue came to Ling Xiao and asked, "Husband, are you okay?" Looking at the worry and tenderness in Kai Sheyue's beautiful eyes, Ling Xiao held her in his arms, kissed her heavily on the forehead, and said, "Of course it's okay. Don't you think about what kind of person your husband is? Husband, you're amazing." Kai Sheyue was infatuated and praised, hugging Ling Xiao tightly, not wanting to let go. Xian Yao had goosebumps as he listened to the two flirting. Hugging like this in the hall in front of so many people. What a scandal! Xian Yao cried out in his heart. Submit to this young master, and your path will be even further. Are you willing to stay in this small southern wasteland? Ling Xiao stared at Poison Scorpion and said faintly. Poison Scorpion took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and finally lowered his proud head, bowed to Ling Xiao, and said, "Scorpion greets young master. Scorpion is willing to serve young master as his master. If I have any other thoughts, I am willing to be crippled of my cultivation base and flayed to death." Good. This young master is like a tiger that has grown wings. As long as you are willing to follow this young master can promise you that within 3 years, you will definitely reach the Empyrean level. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He shouted a few times and flashed to the front of Poison Scorpion to help him up. At this point, Ling Xiao's 5 personal servants had appeared one by one. His 5 personal servants would also follow him and become famous in the future. After subduing Poison Scorpion, Ling Xiao was in a good mood, but he did not immediately give Poison Scorpion the 10 Millennia Stone emulsion. He wanted to wait until he came out of Goose City before giving it to him. After all, Poison Scorpion had just submitted, and entering Goose City would be the first test of his loyalty. If he could not even pass the first test, then what was the point of taking him in? "Young master, should we go now? Otherwise, all the good things will be taken by them," Poison Scorpion suggested. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There's no rush. Goose City has not been attacked for many years. Although the major powers are powerful now, it does not mean that they can take down Goose City so quickly. The resentful souls inside are not easy to deal with. Then young master does not plan to go in? Poison Scorpion asked. Of course not. Let's go to the surface first. I will refine something to guarantee that you will not be affected by the resentful souls when you enter Goose City. Ling Xiao said mysteriously. What kind of thing can be unaffected by the resentful souls? Everyone was puzzled. It had to be known that resentful souls were things that could not be touched or seen clearly. Without a powerful soul perception, it was impossible to catch them. However, since Ling Xiao had said so, he must be confident. Everyone was becoming more and more unclear of Ling Xiao's abilities. Just what did he not know? Ling Xiao, Kai Sheyue, Xian Yao, the Demon Emperor, and Poison Scorpion landed on the peak of a mountain. Ling Xiao opened up a cave and entered it alone. He took out the Millennium Night Pearl to illuminate the cave. These 2 little things have finally come in handy, Ling Xiao muttered. 2 small green balls and a pure and shiny diamond-shaped crystal appeared in his hands. This was the pair of green eyes and demon crystal that Ling Xiao had obtained from killing the illusory demon in the illusory valley of the desolate mountain range. The level of the illusory demon was not high, but it could confuse creatures with souls, make them work for it, or produce all kinds of illusions to harm themselves. Thinking of the thrilling scene where the illusory demon almost broke his brain and ate it, Ling Xiao still felt a chill in his head. After Ling Xiao killed the illusory demon, he kept its green eyes and demon crystal. Later, he looked up the effects of the illusory demon's green eyes and demon crystal in the book depository pavilion of the sect. The green eyes could be combined with some high-level spiritual herbs to refine a potion called illusion breaking. As long as this potion was applied to the eyes, it could see through all nothingness for a period of time, and would not be confused by illusions. This potion could also help anyone see the location of the remnant souls between heaven and earth. At this time, Ling Xiao was planning to refine this potion to help the people around him see the location of the resentful souls, so that they could destroy the resentful souls and not be attacked by them. Ling Xiao was already a 5th-grade alchemist, and the spiritual herbs collected in the obsidian cauldron were quite abundant. Concocting the illusion-breaking potion was already a piece of cake. In less than half an hour, the medicinal cauldron was filled with half a cauldron of green liquid. Ling Xiao carefully put it away. He did not need this potion, but in the future, the people around him could use it. After all, in some powerful secret realms, there would be illusions and restrictions laid down by powerful martial artists. With this illusion-breaking potion, one could see through all nothingness. After Ling Xiao finished refining the potion, he was not in a hurry to go out. He still wanted to absorb the demon crystal. This demon crystal had an even more powerful effect. It could help him expand his spiritual see, unlock the mysteries of his eyes, and have the illusion-breaking function at all times. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao did not need the potion. The illusory demon's level was not high, but it had a long lifespan. The energy in its demon crystal was extremely pure and vast. At the same time that Ling Xiao absorbed it, he felt that his spiritual see had expanded a lot. The amount of spiritual liquid in it had directly doubled, reaching more than 1,000 drops, forming a small pool of spiritual liquid that occupied a quarter of his spiritual see. Ling Xiao felt that his spiritual state was incomparably good. With a slight sweep of his divine sense, even the slightest movement of grass within a radius of several thousand meters could not escape his senses. At the same time, his eyes began to change. As long as he focused his eyes, a faint green light appeared on his eyeballs, and his vision became extremely clear. Even the tiny reptile in the corner was clearly seen by him. He seemed to be able to see things under the surface of the ground as well. It was as if his eyes had an additional function of X-ray vision. This magical? Ling Xiao exclaimed. Next, he tried to see through the layers of obstacles on the mountain wall, to see what he could discover. However, he found that this X-ray function was very limited. He could only see less than a meter before he couldn't see through it. My goodness, could this be the legendary X-ray eyes? Then wouldn't this young master be rich? Ling Xiao excitedly rubbed his hands and muttered his guess. Ling Xiao was right. His eyes had now changed. He had absorbed the illusory demon's demon crystal, and already possessed most of the functions of the illusory demon's green eyes. However, his eyes could not be called X-ray eyes. It would be more appropriate to call them green pupils. In addition to being able to see through all nothingness, the green pupils also had the X-ray ability to see through the essence of everything. Ling Xiao packed up everything in the cave and walked out of the cave in high spirits. The 4 people immediately surrounded him. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to look at Kai Xiaoyue. His eyes were suffused with a faint green light. His vision directly penetrated the clothes Kai Xiaoyue was wearing, and he saw the white jade, smooth and delicate skin, as well as the towering virgin peaks and the mysterious black fragrant grass. Puff. Ling Xiao's nose bleed uncontrollably. Husband, what's wrong? Kai Xiaoyue stepped forward and asked with concern. Ling Xiao shook off his eyes and diverted his attention. He wiped the blood from his nostrils and said, I just concocted medicine, and my heat rose a little. Don't worry. Heavens, you finally opened your eyes and gave this young master something good. With this function, which beauty can escape this young master's peach blossom eyes? Ling Xiao thought proudly in his heart. Brother Ling, your eyes just now seemed a little different? Xian Yao noticed that Ling Xiao's eyes were different and asked with some worry. What difference could there be? It's just that my eyes are a little more charming than others, Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. He then took out 4 small bottles and handed them to everyone. This is the destruction potion. With it, You can see those resentful spirits and eliminate them without letting them get close. This way, you won't need to be haunted by resentful spirits when you enter the city. This is a good thing. I didn't expect you to be able to refine it. If this small bottle were to be auctioned in the central region, who knows how many people would fight over it? Xian Yao said excitedly as he received the potion. That's right, this potion is extremely precious. The Demon Emperor also agreed. Ling Xiao didn't have time to study the value of this potion. He already had the green pupils, so this potion wasn't worth mentioning. Let's go. I believe they've been waiting anxiously, Ling Xiao said and took the lead to fly towards Gu City. Chapter 410. Gu City was a city with a long history. It had existed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Although it had lost its former glory, it was still famous. Countless people in the southern wasteland wanted to reopen this ancient city, but they still returned without success. Instead, they were forever left in the city, becoming resentful souls. When Ling Zhao's group arrived in the sky above Gu City, a strong sense of oppression assaulted their hearts. Other than Ling Xiao, the other four had already applied the illusion-dispelling potion. They could all see the countless resentful souls shrouding the city. The malevolent remnant souls were extremely frightening. They looked at the tens of thousands of resentful souls and felt their scalps go numb. Back then, the bloodline of the Gu race was almost wiped out. The city must have been filled with rivers of blood and corpses. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become such an ominous place. Xian Yao's eyes were filled with indignation as he muttered, his expression filled with indescribable sorrow. Back then, the Gu race was so powerful that even they were wiped out. It's enough to show how powerful the people from the central region are, Poison Scorpion said from the side. Unless we can kill all the resentful souls here, it will be difficult for Gu City to reappear, Kai Xiayue said. Let's go down. This place is even more terrifying than what we imagined. You must be careful. Don't get entangled by these resentful souls. Ling Xiao reminded them, and was the first to descend from the sky. Behind him, the Demon Emperor revealed a greedy expression. He transmitted to Ling Xiao, "Young master, I want to absorb them." "Go, just don't get devoured by them," Ling Xiao replied. The Demon Emperor laughed heartily after receiving Ling Xiao's consent. He flew towards the place with the most resentful souls. "What is young master doing?" Poison Scorpion asked in confusion. "Don't mind him," Ling Xiao replied indifferently. The group finally landed on the ground. As soon as they landed, dozens of resentful souls turned into ghostly faces and pounced at them. Whoosh! "You're courting death." Poison Scorpion was eager to show off. He formed a poisonous mist in his hand and attacked the resentful souls. However, not only did the vengeful spirits not destroy the vengeful spirits, they became even more vicious instead. Resentful spirits are afraid of fire and light. Your poisonous gas is useless against them, Xian Yao said as a pure, multicolored light appeared in his hand. Swoosh! The pure multicolored light pierced through the resentful souls. Before the resentful souls could escape, they were all turned into nothingness. Don't worry about it. We're not here to exterminate these resentful spirits. Hurry up and find the place where the Gu clan sacrificed their Gu, Ling Xiao said. His entire body was covered in a blue flame, making it difficult for the evil aura to enter his body. He didn't want to waste time here. Finding the Heaven Gu divine technique was the most important thing. Rosy clouds, moon and golden clouds covered her body. She was incomparably beautiful as she followed closely behind Ling Xiao. Xian Yao, on the other hand, was shining with a white light, like a white jade without any glow. No evil could attack his body. Poison Scorpion had an evil nature, and the demonic energy in the air had become his nourishment. At the same time, he had a high-leveled fire attribute profound weapon in his hand, which was enough for him to disperse those vengeful spirits that were flying towards him. The group didn't go far before countless resentful spirits chased after them one after another. If they hadn't applied the hallucinogen dispelling potion, they would have died countless times. Poison Scorpion secretly felt lucky that he had followed Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what was going on when he came here. They didn't go far when Ling Xiao stopped and shouted in surprise, "Who is it? Come out!" Rosy Clouds, Xian Yao, and Poison Scorpion were shocked. They only cared about exterminating the resentful spirits, and didn't know that someone was following them. A figure emitting an intense fiery glow leaped out from behind a building. "Senior Nangong!" Ling Xiao exclaimed when he saw the person. The one following them was Nangong Lai. "Master Ling, you actually don't show your true appearance. You actually have a secret method to see through the resentful spirits. This old man will go with you," Nangong Lai said while cupping his hands. Ever since he knew that Ling Xiao was a 5th-grade alchemist, he didn't dare to consider himself a senior. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao as someone of the same level. "With Senior Nangong accompanying me, Ling Xiao couldn't ask for more," Ling Xiao replied. He then took out a bottle of potion and handed it to Nangong Lai, saying, "Senior Nangong, if you apply it, you can see where the resentful spirits are. This way, you won't be afraid of being attacked by the resentful spirits." When they were going to the southern wasteland, Nangong Lai had taken good care of Ling Xiao, so this bottle of potion could be considered to be of some help to Nangong Lai. Nangong Lai was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "This kid really has a plan to deal with it." After he applied the potion, he saw countless resentful spirits and was overjoyed. He then cupped his hands and thanked Ling Xiao. "Thank you, Master Ling, for the gift." Just now, he had been using fire to protect his body, so ordinary resentful spirits didn't dare to approach him. However, he knew that there were probably even more powerful resentful spirits in Gu City, so he didn't dare to go in and waited for Ling Xiao's arrival. Before coming to Gu City, he felt that Ling Xiao should have come prepared. And now it seemed that he was right. With Nangong Lai's help, the resentful spirits along the way were all destroyed. These resentful spirits were just ordinary resentful spirits, so they didn't pose much of a threat. "There's someone in front." Ling Xiao frowned as he sensed the fluctuations of life in front of him. The group quickened their pace, and sure enough, they saw a few rogue cultivators rolling on the ground with their heads in their hands, screaming nonstop. "They've already been devoured by the resentful spirits," Nangong Lai said softly. He raised a raging fire in his hand, and killed the few people along with the resentful spirits. "I wonder how many people are still alive after this trip." Xian Yao sighed. At this time, a scream came from another direction. "Elder Lai, save me!" "Oh no, it's someone from my Nangong family," Nangong Lai immediately exclaimed when he heard the voice. He didn't care about Ling Xiao and the others, and rushed in the direction of the voice. "Should we go and have a look?" Kai Shiyue asked. "Let's go. Senior Nangong can solve it," Ling Xiao replied calmly. Although the resentful spirits here were fierce, Nangong Lai could already see them, and it was enough for him to destroy them one by one. Ling Xiao and the others had only taken a few steps when they found a few corpses on the ground. Judging from their clothes, they should be from the 4 great families. "It seems that they're going to be completely annihilated this time," Ling Xiao said calmly. He didn't care about the life and death of others. He only cared about whether he could find the Heaven Gu magic skill. "I wonder where the Pill Grandmaster is? I really hope that he, a level 6 Grandmaster, doesn't die here." Poison Scorpion sighed softly. Although Poison Scorpion was one of the 5 great villains, he also respected Danshan Dao's powerful cultivation, and his identity as an alchemist. After all, both of them were from the southern region, and they had their own pride and mentality. At this moment, they heard a strange cry. "Ha ha ha, what a powerful resentful spirit. Obediently come and accept your death." "It's Ghost Woman and the Demon Duke," Poison Scorpion shouted. "Let's go and take a look." Ling Xiao sensed a powerful soul fluctuation over there. It seemed that those terrifying resentful spirits were really powerful. He also wanted to see how Ghost Woman and the Demon Duke would subdue these resentful spirits. When they arrived, they saw that the scepter in Ghost Woman's hand was emitting a demonic evil green light, and the Demon Duke's broken eye was also emitting a strange light. In front of them was a seemingly solid phantom. This phantom was dressed strangely, and its eyes were extremely cold. It was holding a cold and elegant scimitar. A condensed resentful spirit. Xianyao couldn't help but exclaim. What a powerful soul. This guy must have been a terrifying existence when he was alive. Ling Xiao frowned. He was an expert in spiritual power, and his perception of soul power was unparalleled. This condensed resentful spirit probably had the strength of a peak Earth Emperor. It was no longer like other resentful spirits that only knew how to attack and devour one's consciousness. It could even attack as if it had a life of its own. It was one of the most terrifying types of resentful spirits. The ghost woman and the demon duke weren't afraid of this resentful spirit at all. Instead, they were extremely excited. The skull on ghost woman's scepter emitted a green light that shot straight at the resentful spirit. The demon duke's hands actually turned into inhuman claws that pounced at the resentful spirit. The resentful spirit lightly stomped its feet, and the scimitar in its hand turned into countless blade lights that blocked the skull's green light and sealed off the demon duke. At the same time, it also displayed an incomparably powerful blade skill to fight the ghost woman and the demon duke at the same time. This resentful spirit still retains some of its will from when it was alive. It was probably at least a venerable in the past, Xianyao sighed. That's right. If it was allowed to absorb more living souls, I'm afraid that one day it will evolve into something even more terrifying, Poison Scorpion replied. Stop sighing. We've been surrounded, Ling Xiao said solemnly as he glanced around. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures appeared not far away from them. When the 4 phantoms appeared, the ordinary vengeful spirits immediately fled. These 4 resentful spirits were dressed similarly to the resentful spirit that was fighting the ghost woman and the demon duke. They also wielded scimitars and charged towards Ling Xiao and the others. If they couldn't see these figures, even a celestial venerable wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of 4 resentful spirits that were comparable to peak Earth Emperors. No wonder this place was a forbidden zone for humans. Poison Scorpion took the lead and raised his fire-type sword to attack one of the resentful spirits. However, the resentful spirit seemed to have a life of its own. It quickly floated away and dodged his attack, and the scimitar in its hand slashed towards the back of his head. Poison Scorpion's strength was extraordinary. He immediately raised his sword to block the attack, and the sword forced out waves of raging flames to burn the resentful spirit. Unfortunately, the attribute of Poison Scorpion's profound artifact did not match, and he couldn't display the strength that he should have. He was being attacked by the resentful spirit. On the other side, Kai Sheyue protected Ling Xiao by her side. Her entire body emitted a powerful golden light, and the horsetail whisk in her hand emitted waves of golden light as she fought with the resentful spirit. Xianyao's strength was the lowest, but he released the purest light attribute attack. He could temporarily prevent one of the resentful spirits from getting close to him, but he was almost unable to withstand the resentful spirit's attack. Xianyao waved the white paper fan in his hand, and white butterflies entangled with each other as they flew towards the resentful spirit. The resentful spirit growled and smashed the butterflies with its scimitar. The scimitar then bravely slashed towards Xianyao's head. The resentful spirit's strength was terrifying. It no longer cared about the repulsion of the light attribute, and wanted to kill Xianyao in one fell swoop. Xianyao looked at the scimitar in front of him, and broke out in a cold sweat. He exclaimed, "My life is over." At that moment, a blue flame took the form of a fire dragon, and burned towards the resentful spirit. The resentful spirit panicked. It actually stopped its scimitar attack and immediately retreated. Chapter 411. The heavenly fire was an extreme yang fire that could burn everything in the world. The vengeful spirits had already condensed into phantoms, but what they feared the most was this kind of extreme yang fire. Once touched, even the most powerful vengeful spirit would be burned to ashes. Xianyao wiped his cold sweat and said with lingering fear, "I knew this god wouldn't be a short-lived person." Ling Xiao shouted from the side, "If you don't come over, you won't be able to die even if you have 10 lives. Xianyao didn't dare to be careless and hurried to Ling Xiao's side. He looked at the strange blue flame in Ling Xiao's hand and swallowed his saliva. It's actually a heavenly fire. You swindler. Your knowledge is extraordinary. Ling Xiao glanced at Xian Yao, then controlled the two balls of heavenly fire to attack the vengeful spirits that were fighting against Kai Xiayue and Poison Scorpion. When the vengeful spirits encountered the heavenly fire, they immediately fled far away like frightened rabbits. No wonder so many people came in, but none of them came out. Just these few vengeful spirits are enough to dominate the southern region, Poison Scorpion said with emotion. Kai Xiayue had just stepped into the middle stage of the Earth Emperor realm, and was almost unable to deal with the vengeful spirit. She immediately patted her chest and said, "That's right. Although they can't make any elemental attacks, they have the sword skills from when they were alive. It's really hard to guard against. Don't be afraid. With me here, they can't hurt you," Ling Xiao said confidently. When Poison Scorpion heard this, he felt his face heat up. He was a dignified high-stage Earth Emperor and a servant, but he couldn't do his best to protect his master. Instead, he was being protected by others. He was truly ashamed. At this time, a second phantom vengeful spirit appeared on the side of the Ghost Hag and Demon Duke. 2 against 2, the Ghost Hag and Demon Duke were forced into a dangerous situation. "Hey, soul-sucking technique." The Ghost Hag let out a strange cry and slapped the scepter skeleton with her withered old palm. The skeleton immediately left the scepter and flew into the air, emitting a powerful suction force. The nearby vengeful spirits involuntarily flew towards the skeleton. One of the condensed vengeful spirits raised a scimitar and slashed at the skeleton. The demon hag took the opportunity to swallow some blood from her mouth and smear it on the skeleton. When the skeleton was stained with blood, its demonic eyes seemed to come back to life. 2 deep red and green beams of light shot out and collided with the phantom vengeful soul. Woo-woo. When the resentful spirit touched the scarlet green light, it immediately let out a miserable cry, and the phantom image instantly dissipated. The ghost hag's palms continuously formed mysterious hand seals, binding the phantom. The skeleton once again displayed a powerful suction force, sucking the phantom into it. "Oh, my darling is so full." Ghost Matron immediately grabbed the skeleton in her hand and shouted in joy. The other elder demon had already transformed into a humanoid monster. His strength had actually reached the high-level earthly sovereign realm, and he was evenly matched with the vengeful spirit. "Wooha, I'll help you," cried the ghost woman and immediately rushed over to help the demon duke. This is their paradise. However, I wonder how many powerful vengeful spirits they can deal with. Ling Xiao had never been fond of the ghost matron and the demon duke. He did not want to pay any more attention to them, so he immediately left after speaking to the group. When the few vengeful spirits saw Ling Xiao leave, they did not dare to follow. They seemed to be very afraid of the heavenly flame in Ling Xiao's hand. Helpless, they could only change their target and charge towards the ghost matron and the demon duke. As Ling Xiao and his group continued on their way, they encountered a few more corpses. Looking at their expressions when they died, it was clear that all of them were filled with terror. Among these corpses were loose cultivators and people from the 4 noble clans. However, they did not find anyone from the Demon Shadow Sect or the Deity Dao Union. There are so many vengeful spirits gathered here. There must be something ominous here. It is definitely not that simple. Xian Yao pinched his fingers and said with a frown. Poison Scorpion looked at Xian Yao with some astonishment, then said indifferently, "There are so many powerful vengeful spirits here, and they are still not ominous? Could there be something even scarier than them?" Poison Scorpion's eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, he felt that Xian Yao was too young. How capable could he be? Poison Scorpion's heart was filled with disdain. Ling Xiao ignored the two. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to the Demon Emperor and asked, "What's the situation?" The Demon Emperor did not reply. It was as if he had lost contact with him. Ling Xiao had a bad feeling. Could he have been devoured by the vengeful spirits? "We can't let this go on. We have to find the place where the Gu race sacrificed their Gu as soon as possible." Ling Xiao muttered with a frown. Then he said to the people behind him, "Follow me closely." After he said that, the blue flames around him burned even brighter. Everything within a few meters was dyed fiery red. Ling Xiao took the lead and flew up, and the others followed closely behind. Ling Xiao's spiritual sense kept searching the city, trying to sense where the most intense vengeful spirits were. He felt that this was where the Gu race sacrificed their Gu. As Ling Xiao and the others took off, a large number of vengeful spirits swarmed towards them. As Ling Xiao flew, he sent out countless fiery palms to incinerate the vengeful spirits. The deeper they went into the city, the more vengeful spirits there were. It was as if there was no end to them. Everyone was shocked. Just how many people had died in Gu City back then? Ling Xiao thought to himself, "Thank goodness I have the heavenly fire. Otherwise I would have really died." Ling Xiao did not understand why the high priestess had not explained the situation to him before coming to Gu City. Could it be that the high priestess had deliberately sent him here to die? Ling Xiao shook his head and cast aside all distracting thoughts before continuing forward. All of a sudden, a powerful soul force rippled, and an imposing figure appeared in front of everyone. This person did not have the slightest trace of life aura, only a dense bloodthirst and resentment. His blood-red eyes were very frightening, and he held a pair of sharp curved blades in his hands, blocking in front of everyone. Poison Scorpion couldn't help but exclaim, "A vengeful spirit!" Everyone's expressions changed. The vengeful spirit in front of them was very different from the previous ones. Its body was no longer an illusory image, but was no different from a real body. This was definitely an overlord among vengeful spirits. "Get out of my way." Ling Xiao used his firmament palm, and blue flames burned towards the powerful vengeful spirit. However, when the flames reached it, the vengeful spirit disappeared. Where did it go? Everyone was puzzled. With his extraordinary senses, Ling Xiao immediately turned around and cried out, "It's behind you." The vengeful spirit silently appeared behind them, and its scimitars unleashed an extremely sharp blade intent. Poison Scorpion and Rosy Dawn Moon hurriedly turned around and used powerful techniques to block it. Rumble! The two of them were sent flying by the vengeful spirit, and they both spat out blood at the same time. The vengeful spirit slashed toward Xian Yao. Xian Yao's expression changed drastically, and an ordinary-looking mirror instantly appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Xian Yao poured spiritual energy into the mirror, and a pure and flawless light shone towards the vengeful spirit. Sensing the annoying light attribute aura, the vengeful spirit repeatedly slashed with its scimitars, unleashing an extremely powerful blade intent, and the light dispersed. Xian Yao repeatedly urged the divine light to shine on the vengeful spirit, and for a moment, the vengeful spirit actually managed to block it. However, he had also consumed a lot of energy, and his complexion had become extremely pale. At this time, Ling Xiao had already protected Rosy Dawn Moon and Poison Scorpion together. Seeing that Xian Yao was almost unable to hold on any longer, he had no choice but to use his trump card. "I'll let you have a taste of my power," Ling Xiao said in a deep voice. Then, waves of invisible psychic power emerged from between his eyebrows, and the psychic power turned into countless blade shadows that attacked the vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit broke through Xian Yao's divine light, and its scimitars slashed toward Xian Yao's head. At this moment, the invisible blade light cut the vengeful spirit's body into pieces. Whoosh! The vengeful spirit was severely injured for some reason, and it let out a shrill scream. This vengeful spirit was also very powerful. After suffering a heavy injury, it could still gather together and prepare to reassemble its body. However, a blue flame completely refined it between heaven and earth. At this time, Xian Yao fell from the sky powerlessly. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a gentle force supported him, not letting him fall in pain. "Not dead, right?" Ling Xiao called out. "No, not dead, just a little exhausted," Xian Yao replied with difficulty as he lay on the ground. "It's good that you're not dead. I'll protect you, so hurry up and recover," Ling Xiao replied. He was puzzled in his heart. What was that small mirror just now? It could actually exhaust his spiritual power. Could it be a high-grade spirit artifact? I'll think of a way to get it next time. Poison Scorpion and Rosy Dawn Moon had only forcefully clashed with the vengeful spirit, and both of them had suffered internal injuries. Xian Yao had overexerted himself, and all three of them needed to take medicinal pills to heal. Ling Xiao set up a restriction made of heavenly fire to protect the three of them, and he once again called for the Demon Emperor. Unfortunately, there was still no response. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged, and his divine sense swept out in all directions. He discovered that there were still many powerful vengeful spirits here, and at the same time he sensed that many life auras were gradually diminishing. Suddenly, when his divine sense reached a certain place, a sharp pain forced him to withdraw his divine sense. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the tallest building and muttered, "There's a restriction isolating it. It should be in that direction." An hour later, Poison Scorpion and Rosy Dawn Moon had both recovered 70% of their battle strength. They all secretly exclaimed that this vengeful spirit was too terrifying. Although an Empyrean vengeful spirit couldn't display the power of a true Empyrean, it was still too much for them to handle. Xian Yao's energy was replenished and he was fine. "Let's go. The place we're looking for should be over there." Ling Xiao pointed to a building not too far away. Everyone looked at that building and saw that it was like a huge goo insect beast, emitting a dense, sinister, and ferocious aura. After the four advanced for a while, they saw a few corpses with hoods draped over their heads, and a few corpses wearing the Deity Dao Union's uniform. Clearly, these two sects had not been able to survive among these vengeful spirits. Many of their people had died as well. After advancing for a while, they saw the people of the Demon Shadow Sect and the Deity Dao Union gathered together, each taking out a strong spirit equipment to protect their own people. Two solid figures blocked their way. Clearly, they were also venerable level vengeful spirits. Around the two venerable level vengeful spirits were many ordinary vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits are too scary. Let's get out quickly. Otherwise we'll die, Rosy Dawn Moon said worriedly. No, even if we have to turn this place upside down. I must find the heavenly goo divine art. Ling Xiao said resolutely. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.